about to get it in. Oh shit. Let's go. Let's go. What's up, chatters? Let's go over here. Alright, here we go. Go. And then go to channel. Get rewarded by watching Solar while they're. Hey, get some points. Hey, watch me and get some points, brother. Shout out to Marvel for sponsoring me. Let's get this going. I want to test one thing real quick before I start. Check 1 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. There it is. There it is. There it is. Perfect. All right. Let's get this chat over here on this side too. Let's get this on the game. Boom. All right. Bam. Uh-oh, what happened? Disconnected from play remote. Yo, hold on. Hell no. Get back. There we go. Give it back, baby. Give it back. Oh, shit. There we go. Go to the sound. Hold on, where's settings? Settings and then audio. For some reason, it's just like not hitting. I don't know why it's like does that. Weird. We got heroes. Become an NGP member? No, good. Join now. I'm good. Delete. Oh, claim all. Okay, heroes, events. Summer special. What's this? Pickup bundle. Oh, see the pass. Play. Hero change. You just get all of them? Oh shit. Jeff the Land Shark? What the fuck? Hey yo, what is this? Jeff the Land Shark. Jeff the Land Shark in this bitch, bro. My boy say he's good with Iron Man, so I'm gonna start with him. Alright. Try tutorial. Oh, let's just get in there, bro. We know how to play shooting games. Come on. Don't question me like that. Don't question me like that. Don't question my skills, bro. Let's go. Hell's Heavens. Hell's Heaven. That sounds like an oxymoron right there. Wait. I was supposed to get Iron Man. What the fuck? How do I confirm my hero? Oh, shit.
Before you attack, get ready.
I don't know who I want to pick. I was supposed to pick that guy.
Freedom's an idea that run the tactics again. Everything has to be watertight.
The battle starts in 5,
Sorry,
4,
soldier.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
That resonate here. It's almost too much to bear. Coming through.
Fucking A.
Sorry, soldier. That's the funky I know.
A nice deep freeze.
That's the boost I needed.
Mission area is yours.
Kill that son of a bitch.
Be proud, my friends. Stand down.
Damn, this thing is annoying. This thing is fucking freezing.
Stand down!
Bruce Banner.
Pulse charge, fire!
This thing is so annoying.
I was built in humanity's image. Now I shall embrace it. Carbon is over. The age of silicon has just begun.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This is my unnatural selection.
Ultron.
No, I'm not. And you are misbehaving like a child, Stark.
I know. I wished for a good robot last Christmas. Yet here you are. Leaking.
Sigh. I'm not planning on humanity to ever mature anyway.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Technology.
Here I thought the Second World War was a nightmare. I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
It's the grand finale. We are undefeatable!
You would have failed.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Rise, my friends!
Capture the mission area! A nice deep freeze.
Second chance is over. 气贯长虹! The powers are mine!
I told you, Stark.
Trophies! I like the cold.
Yamamoto!
Pulse charge! Fire!
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Some assistance, please.
We are undefeatable! Yeah! Chaos! They've almost got it!
Healing power.
Make yourself useful.
Our foes have arrived.
You belong to me!
Rise, my friends! Keep us home!
You'll have to keep fighting until you're all the way.
It's clobbering time!
Pretty good. Getting better with the snipes. I need to get a capture card for sure. That's next on my list.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm gonna get a capture card right now. Fuck this.
Loading. Rusted. Furnace. What are these random words repeating in your mind?
Trust me, you don't want to find out, lady. So I keep them to myself if I were you.
Someone wanted to comb your brain, didn't they?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Looks like the mission area is
Your powers are mine!
That was illogical. Recalculating.
capture the mission area.
By the Agamotto!
Now, a disappear.
Stand down! It's clobbering time!
I gotta get this for sure.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Let's see. Let's see. How do I do this? Let's see. Here we go.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Actually, shit, you're right. crazy. Okay. Let's go. Fuck it. We'll wait till that thing comes in. Damn. Damn. Alright, we'll wait. Let's do a regular stream right now then. Fuck it. So we'll go right here. Go right here. Let's see. Temple confronted for taking Russia money. What is this about? Let's do this.
Before we get into William F. Buckley, it is important to talk about the CIA and where the CIA came from and how the CIA operates, what its mission is, among other things. Because again, if you go back to last week, my criticism of Tucker Carlson, the central question is Tucker Carlson in the CIA? We talked about his father. We talked about Voice of America. He accused me of being in the CIA. He attacked Pat Buchanan along the same lines that William F. Buckley did 10 years earlier. I want to talk about the CIA and establish some important things to understand about how they operate first, to understand all these stories. So where did the CIA actually come from? The CIA is established in 1947, but it was preceded by an organization called the OSS. And this was a wartime intelligence organization that was started during World War II in the aftermath of some sabotage attacks in New York City and other espionage that was happening during the war on the part of the Germans and the Axis powers that we were fighting. So the OSS forms up. That's the precursor to the CIA. It's a wartime intelligence outfit. Now, we're not going to go into all the particulars and details. There's a couple of things we need to understand about the CIA during World War II and shortly afterward at the beginning of the Cold War. In the first place, some of the most important sources, confidential sources that provided human intelligence for the OSS during World War II came through Italy. The United States invades Italy in 1943. They take over the Italian peninsula, and this is like their springboard into the European continent to fight Hitler and to fight the European Axis powers. The OSS rapidly establishes themselves inside of Italy. And one of the biggest sources of intelligence during the war for the OSS was Jewish refugees that fled Nazi-occupied territory through Italy. The Nazis occupied a vast swath of territory in Germany, in Austria, all over Northern Europe, where a lot of Jews lived. And when the Jews were fleeing Nazi captivity or persecution, they fled to Italy, where they were not going to be subjected to some of the anti-Semitic policies, and ultimately where they were liberated by the United States when the U.S. invaded and landed there. Now, the Jewish refugees fled Germany and Austria into Italy, and they provided a massive source of confidential intelligence for U.S. wartime intelligence. And you have to understand why that is. Those Jewish refugees had information about Germany, about Austria. What's more, they spoke the language. They spoke German. They spoke the lingua franca of the Nazi Empire. Also, they were hostile to the Nazi Empire, being Jews. So these Jews that were leaving Nazi Germany, these are like ready-made intelligence units because they hate the enemy, they speak the enemy's language, and they used to live on the enemy's territory. So very quickly, in the 1940s, U.S. wartime intelligence is using these Jewish refugees to get information on the Nazis. They're using Jewish refugees as intelligence agents, penetrating Nazi Germany along the border. The person that ran this intelligence operation was a guy named James Jesus Angleton. He was in charge of all of the OSS operations on the Italian peninsula, and he got in charge a little bit later, but he got there in 1943 with the rest of the Allies. And it was Angleton who was running this operation. And Angleton saw the value of these Jewish refugees as intelligence officers. They were a great asset for what would become the CIA. This is important to understand. Now, later on, of course, the Allies win World War II. We defeat Nazi Germany. And in the next 5 years after the war is won, the United States enters a Cold War with the Soviet Union. And all of a sudden, the Soviet Union becomes the primary adversary. 1947, the OSS becomes the CIA. James Angleton becomes one of the founding fathers of the CIA. And he is put in charge of being a liaison between U.S. intelligence and foreign intelligence agencies. 1948, the State of Israel is declared. They declare their independence. They fight a brief war with the Arabs. The U.S. recognizes them. And James Angleton begins liaising with Israeli intelligence as part of his job description, founding father of the CIA, running counterintelligence, and working as a liaison with our allied intel agencies. Pursuant to the emerging Cold War, the Soviet Union became our primary adversary. But there was a big problem. an Iron Curtain had descended onto Europe. The Soviets were not letting anybody leave the Soviet Union, or later on, the Warsaw Pact countries. The Soviet Union was a closed-off society. Joseph Stalin made it like a fortress. And so, in the early days of the CIA, in the early days of the Cold War, we had no knowledge of what was happening inside the Soviet Union. We had no human intelligence, no sources that were inside of Russia, and Stalin had created this impenetrable fortress. There was no way to get in. That is until the 1950s. During the 1950s, there was a major aliyah. An aliyah is when the Jewish people leave their country from the diaspora and go to Israel. There's been many waves of aliyahs over the years. I think there's 6 or 7 major aliyahs. This is when a Jew makes their pilgrimage, they leave, and they return to the Holy Land to reside in Israel. In the 1950s, there was a major aliyah of Jews. Russia had a massive Jewish population. They left the Soviet Union and went to Israel. James Angleton understood the value of Jewish refugees as an intelligence source. Just as in Italy during World War II, Austrian and German Jews were very helpful human sources to tell us secrets about Nazi Germany, and they spoke the language, and they carried out operations, and they knew about those countries in which they resided. Angleton, now running the foreign desk at the newly created CIA, he saw the value in Jewish refugees that left the Soviet Union and went to Israel. And so James Angleton began a working relationship with the Israeli intelligence agencies like Shin Bet and Mossad. And a quid pro quo relationship was established. Israel understood, just like Angleton did, the value of the intelligence that the Jews leaving Russia had for the United States. And Israel was not going to give that intelligence away for free. As the Jewish refugees left Russia and came into Israel, the Israeli intelligence agencies like Shin Bet would pick them up off the street and interview them. They would gather all the information and put them under confidence. They would gather all the information that the Russian Jewish refugees had, and they would go to their liaison from the CIA, James Angleton, and they would offer him a deal. The Israeli intelligence agencies would say, if you give us American intelligence on our adversaries, like Egypt and Syria, if you give us intelligence on nuclear weapons, then we will give you the intelligence from our Jewish refugees that left Russia. That was the quid pro quo relationship that went from the 1950s until Angleton left the Israel desk in the early 1970s. So from the very beginning, from the 40s during the time of the OSS in World War II, through to the beginning and the height of the Cold War in the time of the CIA, you have to understand that U.S. intelligence and Israeli intelligence, in particular Jewish refugees, were inextricably connected. So much so, many people talk about the assassination of John F. Kennedy and the role of the CIA in it. People point to James Angleton. James Angleton managed a team of hundreds of people with a black budget. Many of them oversaw the handling of John F. Kennedy's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald. The people that opened Lee Harvey Oswald's mail and read it, the people that met with him in real life, they were Jewish. They were Jewish refugees from Russia. And they were a part of Angleton's hand-picked team working with a black budget, liaising with the state of Israel. The CIA and Israeli intelligence from the jump were intertwined like this.
Damn.
Yeah, this is the only time where Israel was not a strategic liability for U.S. foreign policy, because they were giving us, intelligence and reconnaissance on the Soviet Union. Not just, obviously he's right that it did come from Jewish refugees from the Soviet Union and because of the Iron Curtain, but it was also because the Soviet Union had Arab client states that were allied with them. And the reason why these Arab states fell into the arms of the Soviet Union is because the U.S. refused to work with them, deal with them, sell them weaponry, armaments, and missiles, because we had our inextricable connection with Israel. That impeded everything, and that led them to have congenial relations with the Soviets.
The reason for this is not hard to understand. This is another thing to comprehend about the CIA before we get into William F. Buckley. James Jesus Angleton was not Jewish. He was American. He came from Idaho. And you might say, was he Jewish? Was he secretly Jewish? What was the motivation? It was pretty simple. James Angleton was a virulent and fierce anti-communist. He would do anything to fight the Soviet Union. And in the 1950s, when we had no idea what was happening in Russia, he would do anything to get his hands on intelligence about Russia and about the Soviet Union, even if it meant working with the Israelis, even if it meant giving the Israelis classified information about nuclear weapons. What's more, James Angleton saw Israel as an ally against the Soviet Union in the Middle East. After 1955, Egypt and Syria were armed by the Soviet Union. They received weapons, tanks, planes, and over the 50s, 60s, and 70s, moved further and further into the orbit of the Soviet Union. And on the great chessboard of communism versus capitalism during the Cold War, the CIA and the Defense Department, all these different anti-communists, they saw Israel as a bulwark against Soviet communist influence in the Middle East. So that was the basis of their cooperation.
It's not even like these people were anti-communist. They were... After World War II ended and the Allies won, the U.S. made it its vocation to be the undeterred, unimpeded, unrivaled military hegemon of the world. We have to maintain global hegemony. We have to be the global police. We have to have full spectrum dominance, global primacy, the solitary superpower of the world. And that is why the Soviet Union was a threat, because they were big, powerful, and armed with nukes. So it's not even that we were anti-communism. Obviously, communism is evil, but it was more so we were anti any country that threatens our global hegemony.
Just like in World War II, they wanted to defeat the Nazis so that the United States could liberate Europe. During the Cold War, they wanted to defeat the Soviet Union. That's why they backed Israel and used Jews as an intelligence agency, effectively. Something else was created in the 1950s. This is the last thing we need to establish about the CIA before we get into William F. Buckley. What the CIA was really worried about in the 1950s was the ideological battle that the communists were waging on America. Because in addition to the Cold War being an arms race, a space race, being fought in proxy wars in Asia, Latin America, and in the Middle East, it was also an ideological battle. And in the same way that the Soviet Union was providing weapons and building nuclear weapons and doing all of these conventional or non-conventional military activities, the Soviet Union was also supporting an international communist element. They were backing communist political parties. They were backing communist book clubs, campus organizations, backing communist intellectuals. And if you know anything about the Red Scare, which happened in the 20s and then again in the 50s, and really was in place throughout the duration of the existence of the Soviet Union, the U.S. government and CIA, first the FBI, then the CIA, were very concerned about communist and Soviet penetration of American society through the use of spies, double agents, pushing communist ideology. So just like the Soviets, the CIA also engaged in an information ideological war. The Soviets gave weapons, the CIA gave weapons. The Soviets fought proxy wars, so did the CIA. The Soviets developed a space program for the purpose of missiles, so did the CIA with Project Paperclip. And just like the Soviet Union had communist ideological allies all across the world, so did the CIA. In the 1950s, the CIA backed a program called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And I'll read this blurb about it. This is from Wikipedia. It says, in 1950, a group of intellectuals founded an organization called the Congress for Cultural Freedom with the aim of consolidating an anti-totalitarian intellectual community around the globe. The CCF's connections with the United States CIA were definitively established 16 and 17 years later in reports by the New York Times and Ramparts magazine, respectively. They claimed that the CIA, operating through a series of dummy foundations, had been instrumental in organizing and funding the CCF. two people who were critical at the very beginning, and this will be important later, are Irving Kristol and James Burnham. They were both there in Berlin in West Germany at the founding of the CCF. Congress for Cultural Freedom in the 50s and 60s claimed to be an organization of pro-freedom intellectuals, many of them liberal. Many of them were left-wing or center-left liberal. And the claim of the Congress for Cultural Freedom is that they were leftists or liberals against radicalism, against communism. Some of them were even Trotskyites, but they were against Stalinism and against the Soviet Union. Some of the biggest names in the conservative movement in the 50s and 60s. Some of the biggest magazines with the conservative or even liberal ideological orientation in the 50s and 60s received money from the Congress for Cultural Freedoms. Many names you'd recognize were involved with this group. And throughout those 2 decades, nobody knew that the entire time this outfit, which was providing seed money for magazines, radio stations, TV stations, books, book clubs, you name it, it was receiving money from the CIA the entire time. Many of the constituent projects did not even know about the connection. The Congress would provide money for a small magazine. They'd provide a grant for an intellectual. And the recipients of these grants themselves, in some cases, did not even know that ultimately the money came from the CIA. That was revealed many years later. So this is important to understand about how intelligence in America operates. Again, World War II and the Cold War, they're relying upon Jewish refugees. They see Israel as a bulwark against communism. The CIA, even the elements that are not Jewish, or even necessarily sympathetic to Israel because it is Jewish, they were very pro-Jewish because of what they believed they could gain in their fight against the Soviet Union with the organized Jewish community in the world and with the state of Israel. And then, and aside from that, the CIA is fighting an ideological battle against totalitarianism, against Stalinism. And so they're backing a lot of conservative intellectuals, liberal and conservative, that are saying, you know, even if they're not conservative, they're against radicalism. They're against the turn of the American left to full-fledged socialism and communism. And that is so that they could fortify American democracy and democracy even in Europe.
God damn.
Let's go ahead and get to, you know, like I said, dovetails well with what we were just talking about, the backlash to these Israel first policies and the continued pushing by politicians of, you know, making sure that we prioritize Israel above all else. So let's start with this. There's a Wisconsin town hall, a Republican representative by the name of Brian Steele, who is just aggressively booed to the point, and people are outraged over his support for the genocide in Gaza, to the point that he has to actually, like, leave the event, shut down the event and leave. Let's go ahead and take a listen to a little bit of that.
People have a right of free speech.
2 million people in Gaza are starving. What do you have to say about that, Brian Steele?
I have to say, shut up.
2 million people are starving. Do you have a heart? Do you have a heart?
I want to have you address the question that was shouted about the starving children in Gaza.
To me, the easy answer to address this crisis is for Hamas to surrender and release the hostages. That ends the war tomorrow. Israel was unfairly, unjustly attacked. Their civilians were killed and kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. Israel has a right to defend itself.
It's genocide! You believe in genocide? Genocide! Help us all! Do something about it!
We may disagree with this, and that's fine.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming tonight.
So
we're going to close it off here because there's no point in continuing.
Well, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Doesn't mean that everyone only agreed with me. I know there's a lot of people that did agree with me. I thank you down here. I thank in the back as well. And look forward to seeing everybody again soon. Everybody have an absolutely wonderful night.
Feed the kids! He got booed off stage. Damn, bro. That's tough.
So there you go. And I hope Senator Slotkin takes a look at that footage, because she seemed to believe that people only protested Democrats when it came to this issue. And I can tell you that's certainly not the case, as evidenced by this town hall. But, you know, I hope all politicians are paying attention to this. Not that I think they're going to, like, you know, have a heart and have a soul and, like, decide suddenly that they're going to do what's right. But just in terms of a cynical political calculation, like, this issue has become much more important than ever, even I would have thought. And it's because if you are still in, you know, August 11th, 2025, out here just going through the Israel has a right to defend itself and release the hostages and, like, saying the same things that you've been saying for almost 2 years at this point, the public is not buying it. Democrats certainly aren't, independents certainly aren't, and increasingly Republicans aren't either. And it has become a litmus test of whether you have a shred of integrity, whether you are willing to stand up to organized money, or whether you are just a stooge for donors. And that really is what it comes down to. Ryan is going to be in for Sagar tomorrow. He and I are probably going to cover Pete Buttigieg's comments, where, look, 8% of the Democratic Party, 8% supports what Israel is doing. And still he can't find himself to have any answer. Yes, no, you know, up, down, should we recognize a Palestinian state? Any answer whatsoever. And you know why? It's clearly 100% about donor maintenance, because it is certainly not where the Democratic base is. And, you know, obviously this is a Republican in a Republican-leaning district. I have no idea what the demographics of this district are, how tough of a reelect he has or whatever, but it's obviously an animating issue for many people. And we saw this even in our focus groups of the AOC Trump voters, that it came up much more often than we expected it to at that point in
I
time.
wouldn't claim that this is all that representative. As you and I know, people who go to town halls are the most politically
Yeah, they're
engaged.
activists.
Like the activists of the activists. But, you know, I remember in 2010, there was a lot of cope, like what I just said. Remember Arlen Specter and others were getting booed and shouted down by Republicans, and the Democrats were like, that's just Republican Coke-planted activists, and then boom, you have this gigantic GOP wave in 2010. So, like, we can't sit here and say that it isn't indicative of
Shout
something.
out to somebody,
especially in midterms.
Thanks for joining us. So I couldn't get Marvel Rivals like correctly going. It kept like geeking out on me. So I ordered a video capture card. So when I go on the PlayStation, it'll just be smooth. I don't have to keep going back and forth to settings just to try to make it stand out.
All about who's the most animated and enthusiastic to vote. And if Democrats are jazzed up around a variety of issues, from Trump to Gaza to all that, well, then they're going to put pressure on their elected representatives. If you have a low turnout election, then of course you're going to have a big blowout for especially a lot of the Democrats. So the point remains that even if it is not representative, and I really don't think that it is, that amongst the activist class, as Iraq was back in 06 as well, would be remiss. I mean, unfortunately, a big portion of the country still supported the war in Iraq in 2006. They agreed that the war was going badly, but the activist base of the anti-war people all came out to vote in 06, and they delivered big victories for the Democrats.
Well, and think of why Barack Obama ended up getting the nomination. I mean, the Iraq war ended up being incredibly central.
It was number one
to our politics.
Number one, because everyone forgets this. Iowa, what Obama did in Iowa, it still remains like the blueprint for all modern politicians, because he changed the electorate. It was all college students.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
I mean, it's 2025.
Well,
look who's the most animated about Israel.
Not only that, even just putting aside the like horse race politics, so much of our political like world that we exist in now is downstream of the Iraq war. I mean, Trump also in part gets the nomination because he decides he's going to be opposed to the Iraq war. So, you know, I do dispute this idea that foreign policy never ends up. Vietnam was obviously incredibly impactful in terms of American politics. The Iraq war ends up being incredibly central to the point that we're still dealing with the fallout today. And I think that this is such an issue because it does expose so much of the hypocrisy, the lies, the claims of concern about humanitarian issues, or on the right, the claims that, oh, it's America first and we're just looking out for American interests. It really exposes the lies and hypocrisy of both parties, which is why it's such an explosive issue. Matt Gaetz, another thing people are becoming more aware of is the role of AIPAC and more broadly these Israel-aligned entities, with the AIPAC being the sort of largest and most influential, I would say. Matt Gaetz revealed something pretty interesting about his experience when he went on one of these AIPAC trips to Israel. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
I went on that AIPAC trip. I went on subsequent trips. And there is an actual downward pressure from the leadership and even the committee chairs. Like if you're on the Foreign Affairs Committee, if you're on the Armed Services Committee, if you
don't do what they say, they're going to fuck you up, is what he's saying.
Intelligence Committee, there's like an expectation that you go there and some sort of like, I don't know, congressional Hajj. And I remember being at I'll never go back. I was at the King David Hotel and I rolled back to my room unexpectedly when the rest of the group was still on some planned activity. And there was some dude in my room. I'm like, hey man, what are you doing here? And he acted like he was associated with the hotel and taking an inventory, but had no clipboard. And so, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why they want members of Congress over there. And it is ideologically to steep them in this notion that the protection of Israel is of great import to people in America. But it's really not that important to voters. And that is becoming more clear on the right and left.
So, Sagar, Kyle and I interviewed Jamal Bowman, who AIPAC spent millions of dollars to get that man out of office. And, you know, and at that time, by the way, his critique of Israel was quite mild and moderate.
Yeah,
but
he didn't really go that hard, if I recall.
No, not at the time. And so, in any case, he shared with us that when he first was running for Congress, how aggressively AIPAC sought to get a meeting with him. And so first they called and he was like, I'm not interested. You know, I know what they stand for. I'm not aligned. I'm not interested. Then they went through this respected in New York City organization uplifting black men that was like well known, and Jamal Bowman was familiar with their work, et cetera, and went through them to sort of strong arm Jamal into taking this meeting. And, you know, ends up like he goes to this coffee and it's like the AIPAC person and the person from this organization. But that's how aggressively they will seek to try to cultivate these relationships. And then, you know, there's all the propaganda that comes with it. There's obviously the threat of millions of dollars, which Jamal Bowman did ultimately face and is probably the reason he's not in Congress now. The threat of all those millions of dollars being dropped on you. And then, Sagar, there's also just like the human sense of like, oh, but I know these people and like Fred is going to be really disappointed in me if I vote against this anti-Semitism definition or whatever. And that can be very powerful as well for, you know, people who are...
Yeah, personal touch. If you know the person, you're going to see them, hey, Bob at the water cooler. Yo, sorry I didn't vote for Israel, brother. Sorry about that, Bobby.
Up to this point, there was no cost on the other side. You know, there was no cost to bear from just being lockstep with Israel every single step of the way.
Well, also, you just laid it out well, and I will reference the Harry Truman thing I was just talking about. It's a lot of his personal relationships, and AIPAC knows that. Let's go ahead and put E3 up on the screen just to show you. This is all of the Republican congressmen in Israel with Prime Minister Netanyahu. The AIPAC trackers put all the money that they've received, lest you believe that this is a singular partisan phenomenon. Shall we go to the next slide? What do we see there? Oh, interesting. All of the House Democrats there who are, where are they, by the way? Is that like a military bunker?
Yeah,
Hamas tunnel?
Not sure what's
also,
going on there.
I mean, look, you know, not to just cape too hard for Republicans, but at least the Republicans are wearing suits. What are these people doing here, you know, on vacation in Israel? You're wearing your Aloha shirt while you're in Israel?
Well, and let's just draw this out for one moment further. Okay, this is when they're on break, right?
Yes.
Congress, they emergency break so that they could avoid voting on any Epstein stuff.
Correct.
Also ties back to Israel, by the way. And what you're supposed to do on those, you're supposed to actually go and do what Brian Steele was doing. You know, go to the town hall, hear from your constituents, you know, hear that they hate you for your view on supporting a genocide in Gaza. That's what you're supposed to be doing right now. And instead, at a moment when Netanyahu's security cabinet just voted for the complete invasion of Gaza and destruction and occupation of Gaza City in particular as part of a plan to fully and completely displace the population of the Gaza Strip, here you are on an AIPAC-sponsored trip having a little smiley, happy time in whatever this weird tunnel is while this is all going on. And you dare say that you're representing the American people. You dare say, for the Democrat side, that you care about human rights. Like, no one should take these people seriously ever again. Every single one of them should be primaried. Every single one of them should be voted out of office because they do not care about you.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning,
That's
you can
how
sign.
they get our politicians coming out now. It's pretty crazy. Segregation. What the fuck? Here's what it's really like to live in a Christian in a what? In the Holy Land. Oh heck no. Nintendo is in trouble. Backfired. Retailers fire back. I fucking hate Nintendo. That was a hella long ass
You know
intro.
what really amazes me is how Nintendo fans cannot fight back against Nintendo, and yet entire government
Because
entities
he's just drinking the Modelo with the fire. That's hilarious.
like Brazil, or artists that make fan art, or other game studios like Pocket Pair don't piss their pants at the mere mention of sticking it to Nintendo. But the average Nintendo fan is concerned that if they do, Nintendo will take everything away from them, so they keep their mouths closed because Mario number 3000 matters a lot more to them. I shit you not, I have seen entire Nintendo forums and threads where the fans suggest that if they stand up to Nintendo, it might reflect poorly in Nintendo sales and they won't get the games they want. And that could hurt Nintendo, and if Nintendo is hurt, that will hurt them. My recommendation for every single one of those Nintendo guys would be to go and attend a Scott Steiner mathematics quiz. And he should be able to give them a rundown of why they shouldn't factor themselves into that equation and rather let Nintendo suffer for a bit.
The numbers don't lie, fat ass.
Because to pretend like Nintendo doesn't need to be knocked down a peg or two would be like saying renters shouldn't lower the price of rent.
How you guys doing? We love landlords.
In this current economy. As you recall, it was about a few days ago, we got news that Nintendo was raising the prices of their Switch 1 products, which at this point, that device should be slashed in half. We're talking about a game console that has been around longer than my nephew. It's even funnier considering the fact that when asked about the price of the Switch 2, a Nintendo representative told everyone that's what the Switch 1 is for. And then they immediately followed it by raising the price on a system from 2017 that can't even play current gen titles.
That's
Hell,
crazy.
it couldn't even play the last gen titles.
That's
well,
sad.
today, after looking
That's
into
terrible,
an article that popped up, it would seem that a lot of retailers are actually starting to fight back this nonsense. Now, don't get it twisted. It's not like retailers are looking out for you. Retailers are looking out for themselves, but in this case, it's beneficial to both parties. Nintendo Switch OLED is somehow $100 off at Walmart after price increases. Oh no. If that's not the biggest fuck you to Nintendo from retailers, then I don't know what is. The second best thing they could do is outright pull the systems out of inventory. But it is Walmart, so let's not get carried away.
Yeah,
First
they might
price
do that.
hikes came to Xbox, and now Nintendo has raised prices on Switch 1 hardware. However, apparently Walmart didn't get the memo because it's selling the Switch OLED for just $299. That's $100 savings against the current MSRP, and it's even cheaper than the original price pre-hike. I wouldn't expect this deal to last long though, so grab one if you want one. Don't grab one, right? You know, the Switch 1 is ancient. The only benefit to the Switch 1 is that it has more games on cart than the Switch 2 does. But you don't need a Switch 1 to play those Switch 1 carts. However, it does have a better screen with the OLED. I mean, if you're not using an OLED screen in 2025, you need to go to an eye doctor. Other than that, buying a Switch 1 would be a very poor investment, as you are not covered for the next 5 to 7 years. I, of course, had to go and see this for myself, and lo and behold, it's real. As you recall, a few days ago, Nintendo announced that the OLED model was gonna go up from $349 to $399, making it $400, making it nearly the same price as the Switch 2, which is absurd. Walmart looked at that and said, yeah, no, I don't think so. As a matter of fact, here's $100 off a system that should be $150 by now.
Crazy.
It was August 3rd that the price hikes took effect.
Damn.
And here we are, August 8th, and we have it slashed by $100 on Walmart's website.
That's
never
insane.
before in my life did I think Walmart would be the good guys in a situation like this.
Walmart,
This
shout out Walmart.
means that a Switch OLED at the moment is cheaper than a standard Switch 1. How it's possible that retailers are giving you a sale and a better deal than Nintendo themselves, who have the actual device marked at a higher price on their official website, is insane.
That's
the
crazy.
fact that it's cheaper to buy a Nintendo device from Walmart than from Nintendo themselves says a lot about their greed.
Well, they're
they
trying to-
do not give two shits about your economic struggles.
I feel like Walmart's just trying to get rid of that product off their shelf, you know, just to get it out of their shelf so they don't have to fucking deal with it no more. I think that's why.
Conditions, as they say, prohibit them from lowering the price, and yet Walmart can do it. Why is that? Well, Fred, I mean, you know, it could just be a Walmart thing. Well, never mind your piss poor excuse, because now if we go over to Amazon, we can see that there's also some price cuts there as well. You see, if you go over there to their page, the Switch 1, standard Switch 1, is not marked up the way Nintendo had marked it up at their price hike. A standard Switch is $299 there, where it's supposed to be $339.99 right now after the price hike from Nintendo, which means Amazon is also selling it to you cheaper than Nintendo. As we can see here, if we click it, the listed price of $339 is slashed, which means just like Walmart, Amazon is fighting back this bullshit. Well, not just that, but if we look at other third-party sellers on Amazon, it's even more ridiculous because there is a Switch OLED being sold by eStarland, making it even cheaper. Now, look at this bullshit. Let's go to Nintendo's website, and it's the complete opposite. Switch OLED model there, $400 fucking dollars.
Goddamn.
Standard Switch, $340. How is it possible that retailers are the ones who are not screwing you over? How do Nintendo fans defend this bullshit? How in the world is Amazon and Walmart and other third-party retailers eating the cost and not putting it on the consumer, but Nintendo can't do that? I mean, let's go to Best Buy. Same thing. It's cheaper there to buy Switch consoles than on Nintendo's website. Standard Switch, $300. The OLED, $349. Walmart has the better deal, but at least it's not $400 fucking dollars like on Nintendo's website. And look at the Switch Lite, appropriately marked at $200. Well, I don't know why I say appropriate, it should be $150, but still, you get the point. Major retailers are actually better at selling you this than Nintendo. Why is this? I wish I could tell you. All I have are my best assumptions and my best guesses, which boil down to retailers know the marked up price is not going to reflect in sales. And instead of doing what Nintendo asked, they did the opposite. They gave consumers a better deal, because when you want to sell more of your inventory, you have to give people incentive. The incentive being a price cut. See, this honestly reflects a story from a few months back that I never got a chance to report, but seeing Amazon rebel against Nintendo here, I really do think lends credence to this old story. You see, Nintendo and Amazon were butting heads during the Switch 2 launch, where its availability, including games, the system itself, and other accessories, were very limited. Some were outright being pulled from the store. And why was this? That was because Nintendo had a disagreement with Amazon regarding third-party sellers. Because Amazon was reportedly selling games from unauthorized third-party sellers, which led to Nintendo pulling the products from the site because they were offering a better deal than Nintendo. Now, both parties deny the claim, but when you consider the fact that they were pulled from the site the minute other third-party retailers were undercutting Nintendo's official pricing, it makes sense. And to not tarnish this relationship between the two, they told the media something else. I am legit surprised Nintendo hasn't attempted to do anything to stop these major retailers from undercutting the price hikes, most likely due to the fact that they are actually taking a loss, and that's not Nintendo's business. But knowing Nintendo, I wouldn't be surprised if eventually they do take action. Who knows how long these sales will go on, but they are entirely undercutting the big N themselves. It's proof that indeed Nintendo can fight back tariffs. They can fight back quote-unquote market conditions. They're just choosing not to because they don't give a shit. They hate you. Nintendo hates you, the consumer. In spite of the fact that you've made them ultra wealthy and successful, it ain't enough for them. Their quote-unquote market conditions, variable pricing, all that
shareholders,
bullshit is an
baby.
excuse, a direct excuse to mark up the price so that they don't ever have to eat the cost. They expect you to do that. And retailers said no. I mean, just look at GameStop. GameStop of all websites. Even they are selling this.
Why do you say it like that? I'm all like it sound like a chicken or something.
One at its original price of $300 instead of the $349 marked up by Nintendo. It's almost as if retailers understand what Nintendo doesn't, and that
yeah, because they don't want to fucking eat the cost. That's what retailers are trying to get off the shelves. All right, Battlefield 6 beta is amazing. We are back. Are we back? No, this is a good game. I played this last night. Let's see what Angry Joe has to say about it. It was so good. I had a great time with this game last night. It was so sick. It's $100. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot. All right, and I got the PlayStation just for this. Just to, like I bring it upstairs. I dusted it off, and it took me like 2 hours, and it cut into my streaming time from 8 p.m. I think I started at 10 p.m. But it was so much fun. And then my boy hopped on too. My boy Connie hopped on, and it was so much fun playing with him on Battlefield. It was so sick. So it got me thinking about doing what do you call it, first person shooters again on the PlayStation though. So I need to figure that out because I'm not used to PlayStation controllers. I'm used to like PC controllers, but we'll see what I have to say.
Battlefield is back. I cannot deny how much fun I had in the open beta. EA returning to the way Battlefield should be. Now, this doesn't mean go run out and pre-order. I think we can still just buy it at release. If it's a good game, check your local reviewers. But I have been playing the beta non-stop, and I wanted to give you my impressions. Let me turn down the audio a little bit, the music. I want to give you my impressions of it. I had so much fun. It took me back to the days of Battlefield 3, of Battlefield 4, of Bad Company 2. This is encouraging. And look, all they had to do was what? All they had to do was what? Basically, return to what makes Battlefield Battlefield. This is leagues better than 2042.
Oh no! Just take the toe. Don't let me die. We're brothers.
And by that, I think Battlefield is back. Now, is it perfect? No. There are a few annoyances here and there that, you know, I'll get into in the video when you give you my impressions. But I'm just so happy again, a new military first-person shooter, a fucking good one, a combined arms experience. The sound design is some of the best in the series, in the franchise ever. Bad Company 2, it reminds me so much of that. Anytime you remind me of Bad Company 2, because it's still the GOAT. This one, really, really good so far. I think there's going to be 15 maps at release. I'm already getting tired of these 3 maps, these ones over and over. But I like them because there's lots of gameplay here that you know is unique in different ways. The Iberian Peninsula, that's that sniper heavy map that I think maybe needs some balancing. I think that's where the problems with the open weapon system start to show, because you can have people with snipers and then RPGs, you know, and so then it gets so oppressive. But there are ways to break through. Surprisingly, I did manage to break through a few times. Some people are complaining about smaller map sizes. Guys, these are, you know, I can see what you're saying. For Battlefield, we want battles to be epic. We want maps to be big. But 2042 maps were fucking garbage at release, and they were empty. And there's, what, 11 more maps coming, so I think that should definitely be taken care of. Shorter time to kill, it's like, what? I don't really notice it as much. Have you even played the original Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4? Maybe they could increase it 10%, something like that. But if you actually go on and compare footage, it's really not that much different. I think what people are doing is they're trying to play it as a Call of Duty, and they're just running out solos, just trying to get kills and stuff. You have to play in a squad. You have to be strategic. You can't just run out there, because not only are you going to get killed by small arms fire, you're going to get killed by tanks and fucking 25mm cannons and all sorts of crap, and helicopters and jets and rockets, and it's great. The destruction is great. The destruction is back. And there's only a few things that I want. I really want 5-player squads, because that's the classic for me. Maybe that make games harder for people that aren't playing in squads, but just squad up, join up. It's so much fun. And there's some other little bits here and there, weapon balancing maybe with certain weapons, but these are things that can be ironed out before October. So if you combine this great multiplayer experience that we had so much fun with already, I can't wait for modes like Rush and additional maps. Breakthrough is fun. Conquest is that classic bit. It's there. It feels good. And then if you want your Call of Duty experience, they've even put in some King of the Hill, some you know, quick matches with it's like 6-on-6 or 12-on-12, stuff like that. So it's there as well. But I'm going to show you a lot of clips with my live impressions, me talking about the game, some annoyances, some really badass moments. So check it out. But my impressions of the Battlefield 6 open beta is fun as fuck, you know? And it's good to celebrate when a game, especially a franchise that I love for decades, gets it right, and I'm excited so much. I just want to review the game already. I want to play it now. October can't come quick enough, so this is a good thing to have. So maybe I can start this one with you done did good instead of you done fucked it up, because man, 2042 is a disaster. So I think we're returning to the right direction. So keep on this path, and here are some more gameplay clips and some discussion of the game. I hope you guys enjoy. Check it out. This is our first match. This team was losing. We came in, we focused on objectives, we got our back line back, and we turned the whole game. We captured all 5 points, and their tickets bled like a motherfucker. So, and they're, boom, victory. That's how it is. Feels.
Let's see. Women should stay at home.
It is obvious that women who have children are going to be more fulfilled.
How is it obvious? Because you said so?
The argument was that women would become, and I'm talking about what the feminists got ahead of, and this is why women...
like this imaginary Twitter feminist, but like right now you're talking to me, and that's not the argument.
I'm not actually debating an imaginary Twitter feminist. I'm speaking to you, and I have no idea why you're becoming increasingly more rude.
Feminine traits are like support classes in Overwatch, where you have to lie to everybody to convince everybody that actually support's the hardest role, and it really is the most important one, and can you please play support because all of us want to be carry, okay?
My first claim is that the sexual revolution has devalued women and made them infinitely less happy. Hi.
Hi, I'm Samaya.
Samaya, nice to meet you. I'm Candace.
Nice to meet you too. So my question for you is, statistics show that 60% of women who are murdered by their intimate partners, murdered by someone that they're in close relations with. That's according to the UN from 2023.
Yeah.
So how is it that, women are so valued, quote unquote, in the home, and yet that's the place where they're at the most danger?
This is going to be weird.
Okay, so I'm not sure what that has to do with the sexual revolution.
Right, the sexual revolution.
The first claim.
The sexual revolution gave.
I'm happy to answer it. I'm just saying that, if you brought in that statistic, you are more likely in general just to be murdered by somebody you know. So, of course.
But men are much less likely to be murdered by, their
That's not
partners.
true.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm sure, because men are less likely to be murdered by women. Full stop. Yeah, exactly. That statistic makes sense to me. I'm still not sure how this correlates to whether or not
the sexual revolution increased women's ability to leave the house, women's ability to control their own reproductive capabilities, women's ability to, control their own, capacity within the workforce in regards to their own sexual capacity. So it is the very fact that the sexual revolution happened that made our access to the workplace much more, or just the public sphere in general, much.
Damn.
The hoe phase started, and now they don't get killed as much. Hoes don't get killed, baby.
Candace Owens probably just wanted to talk about casual sex and how evil it was. One of the things I talk about a lot for women is two huge things. People don't realize how much of a game changer birth control was, because you are actually trapped for the rest of your life with whatever schizoid dude happens to impregnate you, and that's it. It's game over. There is no recreational sex because you're gonna get knocked up eventually, and then you're stuck with whichever dip managed to bury you long enough to get you pregnant. Birth control was a huge changer in terms of giving women access to all sorts of parts of society. And the lady on the right is running with a broader argument. And she's darker skinned than Candace, so Candace automatically hates her. Whoa! And she can't say it. She wants to call it N-word so badly. I'm seeing it all reality right now.
Much more easy.
Destiny's so stupid.
Without the sexual revolution, women would be much more confined to the place where they're at the most danger.
Yo,
isn't that true?
You just caught the road bike? Yo, that's the good shit, bro. You making me look bad. This is what I got, bro. You making me look bad. Hey, bro, you better chill out on the chat, bro. You flexing on me too hard with the road mic. I play. Hey, congratulations though. That's sick. So I put up Marvel Rivals because Connie wanted to play, but the quality kept dropping because I was using the PS Remote Play. Your audio's crisp as fuck though. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, you should have heard it like an hour ago when I first started the stream. I was playing Marvel Rivals on PlayStation 5, and I don't know what it is, but I think because it's like taking it off the PS remote on my MacBook, it's not compatible. I don't know how to say that. Compatible well. Compatibility is not there, and what do you call it? I just ordered a video visual card, whatever you call it, the video card, you know what I'm talking about, to capture the 4K. So once that comes in, then I'll be more confident in my PlayStation 5 gameplay on the stream, and I'll figure that out later on for sure. It was heartbreaking because I was playing Battlefield 6 last night, and it wasn't as bad, I guess, because the amount of information that's getting into the PlayStation and was like not as much. I don't know what's going on, but Marvel Rivals just takes up so much data that it kept crashing my my MacBook. So I was like, "Fuck, dude." So I definitely need to get the card. So I ordered that today, and it's coming in on Wednesday. Hey, I might be getting a card pretty soon too, Tino. So I might be able to run through to LA whenever. So let me get that situated too, and I'll be able to go to the hotel recordings and stuff like that. I still want to do that. I think that's such a good idea. One, because we could do it whenever we want to. Two, I could just spend the night at the fucking hotel and knock the fuck out and not have to worry about drinking and driving. And then three, you already know three. I don't have to say it, but go out to the bars and shit.
So you think that, just so I'm trying to understand your argument here, you think that if we didn't have the sexual revolution, less women or more women would be murdered? Are you saying that more
women would be murdered for sure?
Okay, I disagree with that. I still don't think it has anything to do with the claim that women.
Hey, have you seen that new Nick Fuentes clip, Tino? Yeah, and we can do a pot. Yo, the hotel is nice. No, that's a good idea, bro. I'm definitely, once I get the money, I'm gonna start putting it into the hotel sessions, dude, so we can split the costs. That's such a good idea. You know? Oh, I'll show you the Nick Fuentes clip. It's so good. Well, he's just talking about how the CIA formed from the Jewish refugees. Let me see if I could go back to my video. No, not my videos. I need to go to my history. It's actually how it formed. It's actually pretty cool how like he breaks it down. I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Before we get into William F. Buckley, it is important to talk about the CIA and where the CIA came from and how the CIA operates, what its mission is, among other things. Because again, if you go back to last week, my criticism of Tucker Carlson, the central question is Tucker Carlson in the CIA? We talked about his father. We talked about Voice of America. He accused me of being in the CIA. He attacked Pat Buchanan along the same lines that William F. Buckley did 10 years earlier. I want to talk about the CIA and establish some important things to understand about how they operate first, to understand all these stories. So where did the CIA actually come from? The CIA is established in 1947, but it was preceded by an organization called the OSS. And this was a wartime intelligence organization that was started during World War II in the aftermath of some sabotage attacks in New York City and other espionage that was happening during the war on the part of the Germans and the Axis powers that we were fighting. So the OSS forms up. That's the precursor to the CIA. It's a wartime intelligence outfit. Now, we're not going to go into all the particulars and details. There's a couple of things we need to understand about the CIA during World War II and shortly afterward at the beginning of the Cold War. In the first place, some of the most important sources, confidential sources that provided human intelligence for the OSS during World War II came through Italy. The United States invades Italy in 1943. They take over the Italian peninsula, and this is like their springboard into the European continent to fight Hitler and to fight the European Axis powers. The OSS rapidly establishes themselves inside of Italy. And one of the biggest sources of intelligence during the war for the OSS was Jewish refugees that fled Nazi-occupied territory through Italy. The Nazis occupied a vast swath of territory in Germany, in Austria, all over Northern Europe, where a lot of Jews lived. And when the Jews were fleeing Nazi captivity or persecution, they fled to Italy, where they were not going to be subjected to some of the anti-Semitic policies, and ultimately where they were liberated by the United States when the U.S. invaded and landed there. Now, the Jewish refugees fled Germany and Austria into Italy, and they provided a massive source of confidential intelligence for U.S. wartime intelligence. And you have to understand why that is. Those Jewish refugees had information about Germany, about Austria. What's more, they spoke the language. They spoke German. They spoke the lingua franca of the Nazi Empire. Also, they were hostile to the Nazi Empire, being Jews. So these Jews that were leaving Nazi Germany, these are like ready-made intelligence units because they hate the enemy, they speak the enemy's language, and they used to live on the enemy's territory.
Damn.
So very quickly, in the 1940s, U.S. wartime intelligence...
Yo, that's what you get for fucking hating on a group that knows your backyard and your front yard and your fucking name and your neighbor's name. And then you're going to kick them out. And then you're going to give them... They're going to get all the information that they know about you. And that's fucking crazy.
Is using these Jewish refugees to get information on the Nazis. They're using Jewish refugees as intelligence agents, penetrating Nazi Germany along the border. The person that ran this intelligence operation was a guy named James Jesus Angleton. He was in charge of all of the OSS operations on the Italian peninsula, and he got in charge a little bit later, but he got there in 1943 with the rest of the Allies. And it was Angleton who was running this operation. And Angleton saw the value of these Jewish refugees as intelligence officers. They were a great asset for what would become the CIA. This is important to understand. Now, later on, of course, The Allies win World War II. We defeat Nazi Germany. And in the next 5 years after the war is won, the United States enters a Cold War with the Soviet Union. And all of a sudden, the Soviet Union becomes the primary adversary. 1947, the OSS becomes the CIA. James Angleton becomes one of the founding fathers of the CIA. And he is put in charge of being a liaison between U.S. intelligence and foreign intelligence agencies. 1948, the State of Israel is declared. They declare their independence. They fight a brief war with the Arabs. The U.S. recognizes them. And James Angleton begins liaising with Israeli intelligence as part of his job description, founding father of the CIA, running counterintelligence, and working as a liaison with our allied intel agencies. Pursuant to the emerging Cold War, the Soviet Union became our primary adversary. But there was a big problem. An Iron Curtain had descended onto Europe. The Soviets were not letting anybody leave the Soviet Union, or later on, the Warsaw Pact countries. The Soviet Union was a closed-off society. Joseph Stalin made it like a fortress. And so, in the early days of the CIA, in the early days of the Cold War, we had no knowledge of what was happening inside the Soviet Union. We had no human intelligence, no sources that were inside of Russia, and Stalin had created this impenetrable fortress. There was no way to get in. That is until the 1950s. During the 1950s, there was a major aliyah. An aliyah is when the Jewish people leave their country from the diaspora and go to Israel. There's been many waves of aliyahs over the years. I think there's 6 or 7 major aliyahs. This is when a Jew makes their pilgrimage, they leave, and they return to the Holy...
Hey, is that where Aliyah gets her name from? That's kind of weird. And I just made that connection right now. I guess so, right?
To reside in Israel. In the 1950s, there was a major aliyah of Jews. Russia had a massive Jewish population. They left the Soviet Union and went to Israel. James Angleton understood the value of Jewish refugees as an intelligence source. Just as in Italy during World War II, Austrian and German Jews were very helpful human sources to tell us secrets about Nazi Germany, and they spoke.
Hey, was she Jewish, bro? Was Aliyah Jew? Because like that was her real name, though, right? That was like her real name, or was that just like a stage name? If it's a stage name, I get it. It's like some Jewish dude takes over Atlantic Records or wherever the fuck they're at, and then they say, "You look like Aliyah," and she's like, "What the fuck is Aliyah?" She's like, "That's you." You're like, "Oh, but was her birth name Aliyah?" Or yeah. Anyways.
Language, and they carried out operations, and they knew about those countries in which they resided. Angleton, now running the foreign desk at the newly created CIA.
Yeah, I get you. She's just like, all right. You know, hey, you know what? Maybe her parents were like they heard the name Aliyah as a Jewish thing, and then they named her that. Because I have never heard of another black girl named Aliyah. Maybe because they don't want to like name her after a dead, a dead singer. And just like I don't really hear too many Selinas, but I don't know.
He saw the value in Jewish refugees that left the Soviet Union and went to Israel. And so James Angleton began a working relationship with the Israeli intelligence agencies like Shin Bet and Mossad. And a quid pro quo relationship was established. Israel
That makes sense. That sounds cool. That's like one of those things like, oh, that's a sick ass name. I'm gonna use it. It's like, oh, it's about Jewish Jewish taking their rite of passage. It's like, no. We're just gonna name our kid Aliyah.
Good. Just like Angleton did, the value of the intelligence that the Jews leaving Russia had for the United States. And Israel was not going to give that intelligence away for free.
Nope. Never.
As the Jewish refugees left Russia and came into Israel, the Israeli intelligence agencies like Shin Bet would pick them up off the street and interview them. They would gather all the information and put them under confidence. They would gather all the information that the Russian Jewish refugees had, and they would go to their liaison from the CIA, James Angleton, and they would offer him a deal. The Israeli intelligence agencies would say, if you give us American intelligence on our adversaries, like Egypt and Syria, if you give us intelligence on nuclear weapons, then we will give you the intelligence.
Yeah, for sure. If you hear of one, it's because of the singer. I think you're gonna hear a resurgence of the name Aaliyah in the next like 5 years. Like people our age or like a little bit younger, like the ones that the parents show them the old school like R&B, which is Aaliyah. They're gonna be like, oh, I like that name, and then you're gonna see that name come up in like 5 years later on. You know how like names kind of go in waves of like like every 5 years or so. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Our Jewish refugees that left Russia. That was the quid pro quo relationship that went from the 1950s until Angleton left the Israel desk in the early 1970s. So from the very beginning, from the 40s during the time of the OSS in World War II through to the beginning and the height of the Cold War in the time of the CIA, you have to understand that U.S. intelligence and Israeli intelligence.
Hey, shout out. There's 3 people in the chat of YouTube. Let's go.
In particular, Jewish refugees were inextricably connected. So much so, many people talk about the assassination of John F. Kennedy and the role of the CIA.
Bang, bang.
People point to James Angleton. James Angleton managed a team of hundreds of people with a black budget. Many of them oversaw the handling of John F. Kennedy's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald. The people that opened Lee Harvey Oswald's mail and read it, the people that met with him in real life, they were Jewish. They were Jewish refugees from Russia. And they were a part of Angleton's hand-picked team.
Crazy. So they had Jewish refugees from Germany, and we got them, and then we had Jewish refugees from Russia once the Cold War started. That's fucking crazy. Just Jewish people going every which way. Every which way. Dude, Jewish people just going every which way during war, and we just snatching them up every time, bro. Every time y'all leaving a war zone, hey, Jewish guy, come over here. We gotta talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, come over here, Jack. We need to go talk to you, huh?
Working with a black budget, liaising with the state of Israel. The CIA and Israeli intelligence from the jump were intertwined like this.
Yeah, this is the only time where Israel was not a strategic liability for U.S. foreign policy, because they were giving us, intelligence and reconnaissance on the Soviet Union. Not just, obviously he's right that it did come from Jewish refugees from the Soviet Union and because of the Iron Curtain, but it was also because the Soviet Union had Arab client states that were allied with them. And the reason why these Arab states fell into the arms of the Soviet Union is because the U.S. refused to work with them, deal with them, sell them weaponry, armaments, and missiles, because we had our inextricable connection with Israel that impeded everything, and that led them to have congenial relations with the Soviets.
The reason for this is not.
And yeah, the Nazi scientists from World War II, we copped them. All right, we got those motherfuckers, and we got the nuke out of that. And you know what else? The Japanese officers, the Japanese scientists that were freezing people to death and getting all they would actually do all types of crazy experiments on people. That's how we know about hypothermia. That's how we understand. Oh, aka NASA. Yeah, Japanese about the body getting extreme heat or extreme cold. That was from fucking Japanese scientists torturing the people, or the POW or whatever. I'm not sure who they were torturing, but they were fucking doing some crazy experiments. Dude, we are diabolical. Yes, brother. Yes, we are. How do you think we live for so long? We are born out of rebellion and killing, and that's what we do. All right, as the United States, that's what we're about.
understand. This is another thing to comprehend about the CIA before we...
Because we got to catch up with all the other civilizations that's been here for thousands of years before us, all right? We got to catch up. We got to double time. We got to kill. You know, you ever see that? We bully the bully. You ever see the kill cam when the guy just gets multi-kills? Like, boom, boom, boom. He's just racking up those kills. That's what we're doing right now. We got to rack up them kills. They got their ranking award systems, like in video games. We got to get our ranking award systems up, too. We got to get that clout up, all right? That's what America needs to do.
William F. Buckley. James Jesus Angleton.
Well, they're called achievements. That's what I meant to say, achievements. You got to get your achievements up, buddy.
Was not Jewish. He was
the kill cam is nasty work.
And he came from Idaho. And you might say, was he Jewish? Was he secretly Jewish? What was the motivation? It was pretty simple. James Angleton was a virulent and fierce anti-communist. He would do anything to fight the Soviet Union. And in the
they probably killed his family or something like that. Like, no one gives a fuck about communism that way. But the people that run it probably fucked this family up. And he's like, I'm going to kill all you motherfuckers and your ideas. That's the only way I think about it. Because I'm like, if communism took over, like, look at China. They're not doing too bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm for it. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, it's just an idea. Like, this guy's going ham shit crazy over it. I'm pretty sure his family got fucking wrecked.
50s, when we had no idea what was happening in Russia, he would do anything to get his hands on intelligence about Russia and about the Soviet Union, even if it meant working with the Israelis, even if it meant giving the Israelis classified information about nuclear weapons.
And that's how they got theirs.
What's more, James Angleton saw Israel as an ally against the Soviet Union in the Middle East. After 1955, Egypt and Syria were armed by the Soviet Union. They received weapons, tanks, planes, and over the 50s, 60s, and 70s, moved further and further into the orbit of the Soviet Union. And on the great chessboard of communism versus capitalism during the Cold War, the CIA and the Defense Department, all these different anti-communists, they saw Israel as a bulwark against Soviet communist influence in the Middle East. So that was the basis of their cooperation.
It's not even like these people were anti-communist. They were... After World War II ended and the Allies won, the U.S. made it its vocation to be the undeterred, unimpeded, unrivaled military hegemon of the world. We have to maintain global hegemony. We have to be...
You love double backstabbing history? Me too, brother. This is the real history, but shit that they don't teach you in fucking class, bro. They don't teach you about the smallpox blankets that were forcefully given, or that were like, oh, here's a warm blanket for you, motherfucker. It's covered with fucking pox, you piece of shit. And they fucking wiped them out. No, oh, they died from a plague that spread. No, motherfucker, they spread the plague themselves. They were they got the COVID blankets and they coughed all over the COVID and then they gave us the COVID blankets, bro. We got smallpox and casinos. That's what we got out of this fucking deal, all right?
The global police. We have to have full spectrum.
No, I like to say smallpox, blankets, and casinos is what they gave us.
Global primacy, the solitary superpower of the world. And that is why the Soviet Union was a threat, because they were big, powerful, and armed with nukes. So it's not even that we were anti-communism. Obviously, communism is evil, but it was more so we were anti any country that threatens our global hegemony.
Just like in World War II, they wanted to...
I feel like they don't even give a fuck that it's a communist state. It's just the fact that it's another country trying to put their fucking big dick on the table. And we're like, nah, fuck that. That's our dick on the table. All right? That's our shit. And the fact that you're communist, that's just the reason. That's like saying they got oil. That's like saying they got nuclear arms. Like, we don't give a fuck that they're communists. But that's the selling point to the American people, because that's not what we do, right? But really, we don't give a fuck.
Nazis so that the United States could liberate Europe. During the Cold War, they wanted to defeat the Soviet Union. That's why they backed Israel and used Jews as an intelligence agency, effectively. Something else was created in the 1950s. This is the last thing we need to establish about the CIA before we get into William F. Buckley. What the CIA was really worried about in the 1950s was the ideological battle that the communists were waging on America. Because in addition to the Cold War being an arms race, a space race, being fought in proxy wars in Asia, Latin America, and in the Middle East, it was also an ideological battle. And in the same way that the Soviet Union was providing weapons and building nuclear weapons and doing all of these conventional or non-conventional military activities, the Soviet Union was also supporting an international communist element. They were backing communist political parties. They were backing communist book clubs, campus organizations, backing communist intellectuals. And if you know anything about the Red Scare, which happened in the 20s and then again in the 50s, and really was in place throughout the duration of the existence of the Soviet Union, the US government and CIA, first the FBI, then the CIA, were very concerned about communist and Soviet penetration of American society through the use of spies, double agents, pushing communist ideology.
Dude, that's why on the game last night on Battlefield 6, when I was playing with Mikey, with Connie, bro, it was so funny. Every time I killed a fucking enemy, I'm like, die, Connie, die! I got a fucking shotgun to his face. Die, Connie, boom! Every time I got a kill, dude, it was so much fun saying that. It's fun saying die, Connie, die. It's fucking amazing.
So just like the Soviets, the CIA also engaged in an information ideological war. The Soviets gave weapons, the CIA gave weapons. The Soviets fought proxy wars, so did the CIA. The Soviets developed a space program for the purpose of missiles, so did the CIA with Project Paperclip. And just like the Soviet Union had communist ideological allies all across the world, so did the CIA. In the 1950s, the CIA backed a program called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And I'll read this blurb about it. This is from Wikipedia. It says, in 1950, a group of
Yo, the best 1950s tagline. That's a producer. That's a producer tag. Die, Kami, die. And they dropped the beat right there.
Founded an organization called the Congress for Cultural Freedom with the aim of consolidating an anti-totalitarian intellectual community around the globe. The CCF's connections with the United States CIA were definitively established 16 and 17 years later in reports by the New York Times and Ramparts magazine, respectively. They claimed that the CIA, operating through a series of dummy foundations, had been instrumental in organizing and funding the CCF. Two people who were critical at the very beginning, and this will be important later, are Irving Kristol and James Burnham. They were both there in Berlin, in West Germany, at the founding of the CCF. Congress for Cultural Freedom in the 50s and 60s claimed to be an organization of pro-freedom intellectuals, many of them liberal. Many of them were left-wing or center-left liberal. And the claim of the Congress for Cultural Freedom is that they were leftists or liberals against radicalism, against communism. Some of them were even Trotskyites, but they were against Stalinism and against the Soviet Union. Some of the biggest names in the conservative movement in the 50s and 60s. Some of the biggest magazines with the conservative or even liberal ideological orientation in the 50s and 60s received money from the Congress for Cultural Freedoms. Many names you'd recognize were involved with this group. And throughout those 2 decades, nobody knew that the entire time this outfit, which was providing seed money for magazines, radio stations, TV stations.
I just want to say something real quick because I just noticed it right now and it didn't really hit me till right now. Yo, Nick Fuentes' hair, bro, is this guy balding or something? Like, okay, reason why I say this, or like the hairline receding, you know what I'm saying? Like their hairline's getting backer and backer. The only time I really seen this hairstyle of like on white dudes, like they have like this froofy like thing going on. It's like when they're balding or when their headlights receding or like something's going on, so they put the hair forward and they poof it in the front. And then usually like they just have like a 5 head or something going on. Or anyways, it's just something that just came to my head because I've been noticing that. Okay, he is balding. Okay, I thought so. I mean, I'm just saying. Every time I see that hairstyle now on white people, or white dudes, it's like, are they balding? It's like I automatically go to they're balding. Like that's just like what I'm thinking automatically.
Books, book clubs, you name it. It was receiving money from the CIA the entire time. Many of the constituent projects did not even know about the connection. The Congress would provide money for a small magazine. They'd provide a grant for an intellectual.
Bosley, baby. Yo, give me that spray. Yo, yeah. Hey, I've been seeing, my buddy told me that they tattoo a fade on their hair now. Like nowadays, that's the thing to do, is tattooing like a fade on your fucking head. That's fucking insane. But it works, I guess. They'll use pigments of gray, black, and white. If you have like white hair, they'll use that kind of pigment and like give you a mini fade where like you're receding. That's insane. That's crazy. Like they specialize. They're tattoo artists that just specialize in that. They don't do regular drawings. You know, they just do fucking fade tattoos. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you could get that, but it looks janky. Gotta go to Turkey for the yes. What's up with Turkey and those transplants? Huh? I've been hearing about Turkey a lot. You gotta go to Turkey. You gotta go to Turkey. They got that shit down, huh?
And the recipients of these grants themselves, in some cases, did not even know that ultimately the money came from the CIA. That was revealed many years later. So this is important to understand about how intelligence in America operates. Again, World War II and the Cold War, they're relying upon Jewish refugees. They see Israel as a bulwark against communism. The CIA, even the elements that are not Jewish, or even necessarily sympathetic to Israel because it is Jewish, they were very pro-Jewish because of what they believed they could gain in their fight against the Soviet Union with the organized Jewish community in the world and with the state of Israel. And then, and aside from that, the CIA is fighting an ideological battle against totalitarianism, against Stalinism. And so they're backing a lot of conservative intellectuals, liberal and...
Is Nick CIA? I think, because he said that Tucker Carlson is his dad is, which he was. And so Tucker Carlson's like, who is this guy? How's he getting information on my dad? Are you CIA? So it's like Spider-Man pointing at each other like, CIA? Like, it's weird. I don't know if Nick is CIA. I think he's like, I feel like he's not, because he's not like, his boom just happened right now, right? Like his boom just happened with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson like essentially getting called out. He called them out, and now he's getting the notoriety fame. He has a lot of information on the agency, like a lot. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, how's he said he reads like a bunch of different like tabloid essentially, and then he puts it all together where the information's like he sees like he sees not coincidences. He says like a pattern. So he'll put stuff together. Like the whole thing what he said about J.D. Vance being paid off by the Jews, Peter Thiel, I was like, what the fuck? And it made so much sense. I was like, shit. But how did he get that? He's had the notoriety. See, I just heard about him recently. Like I knew about, like I've heard the name like here and there, but I never knew. I didn't even know what he looked like till like 2 weeks ago. So I'm behind. The normies like me, I'm a normie. I'm behind on what's going on, right? Like I'm barely figuring this stuff out right now with him. Cause like even my buddy was like, oh, I'm like, have you heard of Nick Fuentes? He's like, I don't believe, I don't listen to Nazis. And I was like, I don't think he's Nazi though. I think he's like a white pride like dude that gives a fuck about his white people, but I don't like he wants Kanye in there as presidency. I don't think that's a Nazi. You know, like the race thing is not there. It's like more like he just hates Jews. I guess that's a Nazi. See, the thing is, Nazis being thrown How the fuck does he know about Peter Thiel? That's not normal info, dog. Yeah. I don't know how he's getting the information, dude. So, like, maybe he is CIA. Maybe it's CIA versus CIA, and it's like, that's what people think. Like, that's the new propaganda. It's like pitting them against each other so that no one knows who is who, you know? I don't know. That's a good way to think about it.
Conservative that are saying, you know, even if they're not conservative, they're against radicalism. They're against the turn of the American left to full-fledged socialism and communism. And that is so that they could fortify American democracy and democracy even in Europe.
They're all fucking CIA. When Elon did the Nazi salute, Nick even said, okay, that's going too far. Really? He said that?
So we recently...
My heart goes out to you. What is a Nazi? Hold on. What the fuck is a Nazi? Nazi meaning. Because, like, it's getting kind of... Oops, I put the wrong place. Nazi meaning. Because, like, people are throwing it out there like almost like you're a racist, right? Nazi meaning, like the full-fledged term. Hold on. 19 minutes, okay. Or 19 seconds.
Nazism. The political principles of the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Extreme racist or authoritarian views or behavior.
Okay. So this is crazy. All right. Grifter. He's a grifter, but I think he's low-key Central Intelligence. I mean, you're not wrong, bro. You're not wrong. He's not, it's weird. It's because he's not racist, because he likes other races. But he's like, he wants what's best for his race too. Right? As a white dude. So it's like, you can't say he's racist in that way, but he cares about his race. So he's like, I don't know. Because, like, I care about fucking Mexicans and Latinos. I'm pretty sure you care about black people somewhat, you know? Like, you want them to thrive. So it's like, does that make me a racist? Like, you know? I don't know. And then authoritarian behavior. I don't think he's authoritarian behavior. I don't see him, like, wanting to have... I don't see Nick wanting to have too much military involved in anything. I think he's more liberal on that stuff. So I wouldn't call him a Nazi. But he does not like Jews, for sure. He doesn't like Jewish... I think he doesn't like the Jewish government. But he doesn't give a fuck about the Jewish people so much. Like, he likes Jewish people, I think. But not the Jewish government. Does that make sense? Like, does that make sense? Because that's how I am. Like, I don't like our government, but I like the American people. But I don't fuck with government. Because I don't like government like that. I don't know. All right. I just want to let you know that was crazy. Because you're right. This is pretty crazy, like, information. And I was like, oh, he might want to see that. How does checking our nut? Oh, dude, the nut, dude. That shit is so funny. Ugly bitch gets demolished. Goes nuclear on women's rights. What the fuck? All right, let's check this out.
Do you want to get married?
Yeah, I want to get married, but more out of necessity of like producing a male heir.
I like Jewish girls. They got back. Most of the time, they got booty, dude. I'm like, damn.
Is really the whole point.
No, I'm just listening. I'm just observing. You can keep going.
Do you want to get married?
Yeah, I want to get married, but more out of necessity of like producing a male heir is really the whole point.
No, I'm just listening.
They're saying that Nick is gay, and I'm like, low key. The more he talks, like, I'm not saying he's gay, like he likes, but I'm like, how are you gonna get a girl with like this attitude, bro? Like, do you like girls? You know, like, do you get like, I don't know. I just never hear him talk about it like in a smooth player way. It's always like a brash, kind of like women hate type of talk, and I'm like, I don't like hate women like that, you know. I get along with them really well.
Just observing. You can keep going. Continue.
She's like, we can keep going.
No, because I mean, I would prefer to get a handle on what you think from your mouth.
That's very
before
Chinese
I
of
say
him,
anything.
though. You know, just only men. So he doesn't want any female children.
He's a gay kid from Chicago. Who's this gay kid in Chicago with the mom's basement, bro? Yo, that got him so fucking mad, bro. Don't you fucking call me gay, and don't you call me oh, dude, that was crazy. He set off the world with that line, bro.
Chinese. Yeah, no, I think they're definitely they're awake on this question. You know, I mean, as far
That's a famous Tucker quote now, bro. That's a famous Tucker quote. Hold on. Oh, I gotta write that up. Tucker Carlson. Who's this gay kid? Where's the? I just did the quote. I just want to hear the quote again. Who is this gay kid from Chicago? Oh. Damn. I don't want to go 22 minutes on it. Let's see what Amigo said. Hold on. I'm trying to find it.
Why is he so personal about this? Well, because Tucker Carlson called him a little gay boy from Chicago.
And I sacrificed, and I was
Just hearing it from someone else's mouth is hilarious, bro. I wish I could find the clip, dude, but fuck it. It's not going to happen.
marriage
well, it's more
goes.
about population control there rather than, you know, getting
Well,
rid
and
of
it's
women.
it's like the old world stuff about like a dowry and like, you know, gendered stuff and all that. But, you know, at least for me, it's sort of like a pride thing. Like I want to produce a male heir to take on my name, take on my legacy and all that. And, you know, marriage is sort of pursuant to that goal. But, you know, I don't know about this whole prospect of like living with a woman for the rest of my life. Like, you know, it sounds good at first. It sounds like kind of fun or interesting. You don't have to do laundry. You know, you don't have to worry about kind of taking care of the house. But, you know, then the prospect of just like it goes on and on and on. And it's decade
Dude, her
after
face is-
decade after decade. And, you know,
her face is not fucking having it, bro. She was tight-lipped, and now she's tighter-lipped.
How thrilled I am with that whole idea. You know, I'm kind of a solitary individual. I like my privacy. I like my autonomy, and just the idea of like nagging GF, nagging wife. It's a little nightmarish to
Do
me.
you have a good relationship with your mum?
I love.
Do you have a good relationship with your mom? Or she said it with an accent. Do you have a good relationship with your mom? But this is Nick talking to Sydney Watson on Elijah Schaefer's old show on Blaze TV.
Yeah, that's a little too aggressive on the whole girl thing. But I mean, I don't know. Destiny Court hearing Naylor breaks into tears. Fuck that. Let's see. What else is popping? Nick Fuentes and Destiny hang out in real life? Oh, that's 2 years ago. I was like, what? Yo, I'm a conservative goth? This is crazy. Am I conservative now? As a goth? That's fucking weird. I don't see too many conservative goths. Let's hear what this is.
Rachel Zegler meltdown. I mean, I'm a big fan of Rachel Zegler meltdowns. They're quite exciting. Game of the Year was rigged. See, I like how I like how Dragon Age the Fail Guard was not even nominated for anything worth talking about, and yet it still feels rigged. Will it be woke? GTA 6? Yeah, it's gonna be woke, dude. It went through its development start like what, 2018 all the way through 2020, like the wokest period in human history. It's gonna be woke as shit. If they do that, man, it's to watch a.
If they do that, it's game over, bro. No one's gonna buy that fucking game. GTA 6 woke? Dude, that'd be crazy. That'd be the end of the series for sure. If they're trying to get rid of the series, that's one way to do it, I think. Because you know woke people don't even like gays. They don't like jokes at all. I was going to say gay jokes, but they don't like that either. But they don't really like being joked about, or they don't like brash jokes. They don't like that kind of shit. They're very like, I don't know. They're like, don't say that kind of stuff. It's so mean. I'm like, I'm not saying it to anybody. I'm just saying it to say it. You know, like it's just fun to say. It's fun to say sometimes, and it's fun to hear sometimes. That's all it is.
Fall so hard. It's just, I don't understand why they would. Like, fucking GTA has been pretty pretty well inclusive. Culture is shifting, Cade. It is. It is shifting. And you can already feel the growing pains of a certain demographic of people who are watching the control.
Play Penguin's reaction to War of the Worlds movie. Beware 20 minutes plus. Is that good? Let me see. I never. Who's Penguins? Penguins. I'll just put it on right now. Penguins. Oh, it's a. All right. Penguins reaction. War of the Worlds or World. Yeah, War of Worlds. It's 20 minutes long. Where is it at? Where is it? Oh, this guy. Yeah, this guy's cool. I like that guy. I didn't know that was his name. I've just seen him around. It's 20 minutes long. This is actually the worst movie I've ever seen. This one? This guy? Is this the one it is? This is which one is it? Goof Juice and use code? I don't know which one it is though. Is it this one?
Worst I've experienced in whatever category. That is an honor that is extraordinarily rare. It's like being knighted by the Queen. To be the worst movie I've ever seen, you have to move mountains. Because I see so many bad movies. It is one of my favorite pastimes is watching bad films because I get a lot of enjoyment out of a really fun bad movie. And I see so many. And of every movie I've ever seen, Amazon Prime's War of the Worlds is the worst. It has now taken that crown, which was a crown worn by what I still believe to be one of the most bafflingly dog-shitty movies ever produced, called Let's Be Evil. It wore this crown for 9 years. It had a good run. It should be very proud of itself. But on August 4th, 2025 years after the death of Christ, we have now found the worst film that humanity has produced so far.
That's funny.
I wrote down a lot, so we're going to really dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. Spoiler warning. Don't think you should care about spoilers, but they're there anyway. I really am exaggerating with how unbelievably horrible this film is. And it's not even like it is objectively the worst thing film has ever been used for. Like, there have been worse productions, but this is an insult to the entire
33 minutes. He's not fucking around. That shit's funny.
Of making movies. It's not a movie. What you're watching is one big ad for Amazon. War of the Worlds is a property that's somewhat sentimental to me. And to see it bastardized and perverted into this homunculus that Amazon molded it into is nothing shy of criminal. If aliens truly did invade this planet and exterminate every single one of us, not even they could wipe the stain of this film's existence from the galactic tomes of time. This has been so catastrophically abominable that I think just...
So you actually watched the movie? Or are you just watching his... Were you watching the movie or you just watching his take on it that made you laugh?
Existence of this film has set our species back hundreds of years. It is unreal that this even got made. And I looked it up. Apparently this was made back in like the pandemic, so like in 2020, and they just squatted on it, kegeling it in their colon for the last 5 years, and then just randomly decided to drop it now.
Well, that makes sense.
I don't know why. It should have just stayed there. They should have buried it. This should have never seen the light of day. This is a tomb, a sarcophagus we should have never opened. So, War of the Worlds, I'm being very literal, is an advertisement for Amazon. It's an affront to the entire art of making a movie. Anyway, let's go ahead and cannonball into the pool here. It stars Ice Cube, and the film tries to be creative by emulating what some films have in the past with something like Searching, where it's all presented through a computer display. So you're seeing Ice Cube and all of the events unfolding and all the characters through FaceTimes and emails and anything that's on his monitor. So you see Ice Cube through his webcam, and that's how you experience the movie. It was a clever gimmick when it was used in Searching. In here, it's just really annoying. And the movie actually feels like it's written by a 13-year-old who just learned how to code with C#. Like, it's all about hacking. Ice Cube is like an expert hacker in a DHS program that's spying on everyone through mass surveillance, and he can actually do anything. He is basically omniscient. He can hack every possible atom on this planet. And he can
he can fucking hack DNA now, bro. What the fuck?
see every nook and cranny of this world through computers and drones and even just air itself, it seems like. There is nothing that escapes.
As soon as I heard Ice Cube, I was like, oh god. And now he's a hacker? Dear lord. What the fuck?
Gaze. And the film, what you'll notice right away is it looks terrible, atrocious. And I don't mean that by just big budget standards. I mean by even like indie and student film standards. The visuals here are so bad. Look up any scene from this movie, probably even in the trailers. I haven't bothered to check the trailers. Lord help us. I can't imagine consuming more of War of the Worlds beyond what I've already consumed here from.
Hold on. Let me see a trailer for this. War of the Worlds. War of the Worlds. Trailer. Alright, let's check this trash.
Hey! See, you took the Sunday graveyard shift again. Dad, when's the last time you left the office?
That's classified.
That's classified.
The surveillance industrial complex is collecting massive amounts of data with the Goliath program. Our most precious resource on Earth is data. And data is food for the superior intelligence.
Dad, have you seen this? Have you seen this?
Can you tell yet what they're comprised of?
It is kind of gimmicky. That's classified, Day. It does look kind of bad, like the shots with the camera. You know what they wanted to try to do, and I know exactly what they're trying to do. Remember Cloverfield? Remember Cloverfield was like a POV shot the whole time. The guy was just like holding like a GoPro or something. Remember that movie? And that was a pretty decent, good movie. I mean, it wasn't anything crazy, but it was a good movie. Like I was happy with it. But they're trying to do Cloverfield. That's what they're trying to do.
No, sir. I've never seen anything like this.
Eyewitness video is coming in from all over the world. Terrifying machines rising up.
Some people got sick as fuck because of the POV on Cloverfield, so I don't blame you. It was like the Blair Witch Project. Remember how it was like all shaky and shit? Like you can't see what the fuck is going on the screen. Like I get that too. I understand that. Not it. Like now it's like, yeah, you don't want to do that kind of shot, especially after like the action movies that we've been getting. Like, you know what it is? It's because they don't have the budget. Like, well, they have the budget, but they don't have like the talent behind the budget. You know, you pay so much to a digital artist, but like if they don't have the fucking skills, dude, they just can't do it.
Meteors.
Yeah, the CGI looks kind of tough. It looks like remember? Oh, it looks like Starship Troopers. Yeah. It definitely social medias and movies. It definitely shows like the time. You know, like it definitely dates the movie of whatever social media they're using. Like Like that one song, it kind of reminded me of that one song when he's like, I'm in your DMs or something like that. I forgot. It's like, I'm gonna slide in your DMs. Like, it definitely dates the song even harder. And like, I noticed that big artists don't use social media as like a lyric because they don't want to date their stance. They don't want to date their fucking song on the timeline, like that, They want it to be timeless, not like it was 2024,
Get away from that! Get out of there!
They just took fucking POV shots from Israel and Gaza, bro. That's what it's literally Israel and Gaza right now. That's what they're fucking showing right now on the screen.
I'm coming for you now.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's tough to watch, buddy. That's tough to watch. What was the last one with the Tom Cruise, right? Was that the last one? That was decent. It was like a scary movie. They filmed it like a scary movie at that time.
But like, look at any scene from this film, like when the aliens are present, it really does look like this was thrown together in one afternoon. It looks like previs. It looks like
I was saying that the CGI looks pretty like. Remember when you try to go to sleep at night, but there's nothing else to watch but Xena Warrior Princess, and like Dark Angel, and like, but Xena Warrior Princess was notorious with like bad CGI. That's what it reminds me of. Like, it's just like really bad CGI. Like you could tell it's CGI. It's pretty bad.
Hedgehog before they redesigned him. Like, it is just hard to look at. Like, it's painful. It looks like PlayStation 1 cutscenes used to look.
Right.
I cannot believe that they actually gave this the green light to be viewable by us. I feel dirty for watching it. It's so incomplete looking. I don't even know how you make movies look this bad in this day and age. Like, even just your stock assets that you can just freely use look so much cleaner than everything here. And the crazy thing is, it uses so much CGI. Almost the entire film after the aliens arrive is showing you aliens and destruction and CGI explosions, and there's even like a drone sequence laser fight. And it really does, I'm not like exaggerating, it really does look so bad. Like, it looks like they made the whole film for $10.
Damn.
Like, they just hired a couple of people from Fiverr and gave them a week to work on it. That was the deadline. I don't know how they could possibly achieve such bad visuals. And this is an Amazon Prime movie. What the fuck? They have actual infinite money. Unbelievable. This movie is like if Birdemic was an ad for Amazon. And I haven't even begun talking about the unhinged insanity that is the plot. But before even getting to that, it's important we make a mention, nobody in this movie is acting. Like, the acting is a word that must have been forbidden on set. All they are doing is reading plainly from their scripts with no acting except for Ice Cube occasionally doing the eye twitch. That's it. There is no acting in this movie.
The producers are probably happy that it's even getting any attention in the first place, though. Oh, finally, we're getting some attention to this fucking thing. Yeah, it's bad, but yeah, I mean, they're probably fuming for sure. They spent how much money on it? Oh, Jeff Bezos money, baby. It's endless.
Feels like what AI would generate if you asked it to make, like, a War of the Worlds Amazon Prime ad. And, like, you wanted it to star Ice Cube. What the fuck are they doing? Like, this must have just been, like, a really easy paycheck. But they also just didn't even want to put in the bare minimum for it. Like, I feel like the talent here was kind of embarrassed to be working on it, so they didn't really want to give a ton of effort. That's how it comes across. So now, with all of that out of the way, let's talk about, like, the narrative. So, the movie starts with Ice Cube. He's in his lair. He's spying on everyone, which includes his son and his daughter and his daughter's boyfriend. His daughter is pregnant. Her name is Faye.
That's awkward. Just spying on fucking everybody. Yeah, that's creepy. Not even creepy. That's just like, bro, do something else. I got shit to do.
And he's a real grumpy guy after the passing of his wife. And he sends her messages on Facebook. Of course, it's not reciprocated because she's dead. He listens to an old voicemail about like taking out the trash and being nice to the kids, which is an interesting thing to have to remind your husband to be nice to your children. Well, yeah, he is an unreasonable asshole to them. He even like calls his son. Well, actually, he hacks his son's computer so he can uninstall a video game from it. He just randomly hacks into his son's computer, saw that he was enjoying a video game, uninstalls it and says, "You need to get a job, you loser. You fucking bum. You're a loser. You're a loser. We paid $200K for your education. You're a fucking loser. Get it."
Bro, that's unhinged fatherhood right there, bro. Get the fuck out of my computer, D. Get the fuck off my computer, bro. I'm trying to play this video game.
Get a job, and then hangs up on him. He really just beats the message home that he hates video games and thinks video games are dumb. But anyway, he's got a task right now at work where he's trying to catch the Disruptor, a hacker who's threatening to release classified government documents through a YouTube video.
You definitely gotta be high as fuck to listen to this shit.
So he posts a YouTube video. It says, "I will be releasing top secret documents about their Goliath program." And so now Ice Cube has to...
Your dad's Nick Fuentes, bro. He's just getting all this fucking information out of nowhere.
...stop him from releasing those documents. So he tracks his IP through the YouTube video using his elite hacking tools, which again it's basically God mode. He is a server admin of life. Ice Cube he literally just types in words. So he types in like disruptor home address, please get, and it's like calculating, IP gotten. Here's exactly where Disruptor is. And he can do that for anything. He can type in anybody's name, literally anybody's name, and it somehow gets the exact person he wants it to be, even though obviously other people are going to share that name, but somehow it always hones in on the right person and then gives him like the closest drone so he can spy on them, or the closest like CCTV camera to spy on them. Like the technology it's like fucking Fantastic Four level almost, where you can like teleport and shit basically. Like they've reached quantum surveillance. So anyway, they've got Disruptor's IP. They then go and storm the IP there. But before that, of course, he needs to hack into his daughter's computer because he learns from her boyfriend that she's having a baby shower and he didn't get an invite, so it made him upset. So he hacks into his daughter's computer using TeamViewer, where he uses his tools to generate a master key to TeamViewer so he can log into anybody's account with the master key password. So now he's on his daughter's computer reading her messages, and he starts feeling bad because she's like, my dad doesn't get it. And he's like, oh man, as he's hacked into his daughter's shit. So now, anyway, we learn about Mark. That's her boyfriend. He's an Amazon Prime driver. He's an Amazon delivery driver who really likes Prime. And one of the lines that they reuse like 6 times is like his son Dave says, you know, I really think you're overdoing it, Dad. We don't need the government to be, you know, checking out what we put in our Amazon cart. Any opportunity to wiggle the word Amazon out of every character's mouth with a little positivity following it was taken in this film. So Mark really likes being an Amazon driver. Ice Cube gets a message.
Ask any Amazon worker. They're getting worked to the fucking bone, all right? They're getting grinded out. They're getting the whole stone and they're literally doing this. Just grinding their fucking bones, bro. Yo, they have to piss in cups from what I remember. Remember that whole thing? That was like a really bad workplace? Oh, yeah. Hey, but I'll still take it. I'll get the benefits. Fuck it.
From a NASA contact of his, and she's analyzing weird, wacky, freaky weather phenomena. And he doesn't really care. He doesn't want to watch that. He says, I spy on people, not clouds or something. Anyway, they go to the Disruptor address. Turns out Disruptor was a step ahead of them. It was a decoy, one of his infamous decoys that he's become known for. But while they're there, the aliens crash land. A bunch of meteors start crashing, and they're blowing up buildings and cars, and people are freaking out, going crazy, because everyone's under attack.
Why the fuck would aliens go after our data? They said they're after your data. Like, who gives a fuck about data? Data is just what the consumer would likely buy next. So we can put the advertisement towards them. That's all the data gives a really fuck about. All right? That's what people, the business buyers, pay a shit ton of money for those fucking algorithms so that they can get your fucking house number. Get your age so they could send you fucking either kid socks or old man socks. You know, they don't give a fuck about anything else. I don't understand how aliens give a flying fuck about data.
They show you so many sequences of the carnage, and I am not exaggerating again. It looks so bad. Like, think about Sharknado, but unironically. Like, with no
Yo, Sharknado's a classic, alright? Don't fuck with that one.
self-awareness, and used primarily to try and get you to buy Amazon Prime. It's like vomit-inducing how awful it is. Like in one of the clips, by the way, to showcase the acting prowess that people brought to the table here. In one of the clips, the news reporter is filming one of the meteors, the aliens crashing into a school.
Oh, bro, Tremors was the shit, dude. I saw the first one and the second one. That's where I got. You guys are a bunch of city slickers. That's where I got that one from. Yo, Tremors is dope. I like that movie a lot. Hey, that's just what's it called? Dune? That's just Tremors 4. That's Tremors number 4. Yo, Tremor used to be shook. Yeah, I mean, low-key, I was kind of scared too as a kid, but now I appreciate it. You know, I appreciate that, being scared and being a prosthetic, like, actual piece of, it's not CGI. You know, I appreciate that. But yeah, I was a little freaked out too. I was like, oh shit. But that's just Dune now. Dune is Tremors Part 5, Part 6. No, I'm just kidding. I'm playing.
She goes, wow, this one just crashed into my kids' school. They're all dead. And she says that deadpan, super calmly. Her kid was at that school, is now dead along with all the other children, and that's her reaction to it. And they cut to the next sequence of terror.
They got dead kids?
It was so crazy. But anyway, now everyone's in a panic, so Ice Cube's getting called in by the government, the president, everyone, all the moving pieces, and they all do it through Zoom, a Zoom call, so that way we can watch it, because that's how we're experiencing this film. We're a computer screen, basically.
Dude, how lazy do you have to just get everybody on a Zoom call and just press record? That's what I do. Literally, I'm doing that right now. I'm making a movie right now, guys. Give me millions of dollars so I could make this fucking movie, so I could press Zoom and press record with voice memos. Bro, that was the cashiest, grabbiest cow I could ever think of. Ice Cube got the easiest paycheck of his life, dude. That was just a paycheck. That was a paycheck and a half.
Thing on there we see, and everyone is always FaceTiming and on.
Bro, I never even seen that. I'm getting mad. What the fuck? Second generation CGI. Yes, dude. Yes. We saw it on the trailer. I was like, damn, it looks like Xena Warrior Princess. Like, when they're trying to make it look like it's like a prehistoric era or something like that. Like, it's just so bad.
Zoom, which is probably the least efficient way they could be communicating, but they're doing it for our pleasure, not efficiency. So they start working on the Planetary Alliance.
I bet Zoom is owned by fucking Amazon, isn't it? Zoom is owned by Amazon, for sure. I'm pretty sure.
That took 5 seconds. The whole world unites to form the Planetary Alliance, basically on that call. And they start trying to figure out what they do next. So the big thing is the Planetary Alliance decides, let's start fighting back. So they get the tanks out, they get the jets out, and they're taking the aliens down almost effortlessly. So Ice Cube was watching like a real-time sports tracker of victories versus defeats that is calculating every victory and every defeat across the globe, and we are slaughtering the aliens. Like, we are absolutely clapping their cheeks on our home turf. We got like 100-something victories to only like 40 losses, and Ice Cube's main thing that he does for this montage is he just goes, "Yeah! Damn right! Take your intergalactic asses home," was one of his lines. So he's basically just cheering him on. A lot of this movie is Ice Cube just like...
He's like me during UFC fights. Kill him! Oh, fuck! Oh, he knocked him the fuck out! Like, yeah, I get a little animated. He's like, it's like me watching Conor McGregor coke the fuck out, knocking somebody else out. That's crazy.
Something like when the aliens are crashing and killing kids, he goes, "Damn. Damn. Damn!" Like, that's about all he does there. But now that we're winning, he's like, "Yeah!" Anyway, though, during all the hubbub, his daughter gets injured when the aliens attack, and she gets,
Yeah, for Friday, yes.
a big boo-boo to her leg, and she's bleeding, and it's very intense. Ice Cube doesn't want to lose his daughter, so she's FaceTiming her dad, and, you know, worrying that she's about to die, and Ice Cube's like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna come get you." For the first time, he's actually about to, like, leave the office, but it turns out he's locked in. So he hacks it to let himself out, but then he's locked in at the lower levels too. So then he gives up and immediately goes back to his chair. And then he's like, "All right, don't worry, I've got another idea." So on FaceTime, he got her location, used the drones, saw that there was a Tesla nearby, hacked the Tesla, and then got her to get in the Tesla and drove her away with remote controlling the Tesla to get her to a hospital. But all the hospitals are full, so now he recruits Mark to go save his daughter, Faith. It's like the worst attempt at trying to get you emotionally invested because you just do not care.
Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god. Yo, Ice Cube really said, "I'm not leaving the fucking in my contract for this movie, I'm not leaving the fucking studio, alright? So don't give me no car chase. Don't put me in no street shots. I'm just going to be sitting here in this chair. Whatever you got to do to make that happen. You want me to be in the movie, right? You want me to be in the movie. All right. Just like Vin Diesel can't lose a fight on contract, my contract says I ain't leaving this fucking studio. All right? That's what he said.
Because it really feels like Ice Cube does not care. There is no emotional weight to anything here. It is so stale and so flat. It almost felt like they were laughing while filming this. Like they knew how bad it was.
I ain't going nowhere.
Anyway, now his daughter's, she's in a pickle, but Mark's on the way and he works for Amazon, so he's basically a fucking superhero. And during this, ride, as he's, remote controlling her to safety, because she was about to just get killed by the alien, she gives him a lecture on how powerless he is. So he's, apologizing for being a bad dad, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, who ordered the Yappuccino? Jesus Christ, old man, you just don't get it. After Mom died, you thought you could save her, and then you thought you could, save the whole world, and then you thought you could save anybody, but you can't. Get it through your thick skull, you can't save anyone, you are powerless, move on." And she drives that point home as he is literally saving her life. Without him, she would have died. He is literally saving her as she is giving this lecture. It's
ungrateful little bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
Hypocritical. I don't know what they thought they were cooking with that, because it didn't really match the scene. So anyway, he gets on the horn with the president.
That must be so hard as an actor. Dude, it's a stupid scene, but you got to do it because that's what you got to act it out. And I think that's I would do acting, but I know I'm gonna have issues with that kind of shit later on. I'm like, yeah, but Soul the Reject wouldn't do that, Soul the Reject wouldn't be a cuck, There's a cuck scene, so you gotta do it. I'm like, yeah, it's not really in my fucking it's not me, though, If I had to play a cuck, that'd be crazy. I would probably... Nah, I'm not taking the movie. That's not what I do, You gotta sit in the cuck chair. And you gotta I'm like, yeah, I don't respect those people at all. I don't respect them at all. And you want me to be that? You want me to act that? That's crazy. And you know Hollywood would do that to me. Hollywood knows my weakness of hating cucks. And they would be like, you gotta act as a cuck, dude. My character would rewrite the script now. But that's Jeff Bezos' money, all right? You don't get to write the script. Oh, man. But what I meant to say was, when actors, they have to commit to the stupid scenes that they have to do, like, that's like humiliation right there in its own thing. Like, yeah, he wouldn't really do that. Why would he do that? And change his character like out of nowhere, like Luke Skywalker did. He had to do this. He's like, yeah, Luke Skywalker wouldn't do that though, and they said, shut the fuck up. You better fucking betray your Padawan, you piece of shit. All right? And he's like, I guess he did it. Ice-T had a song called Cop Killer. Hollywood made him a cop. Yeah. And he's a really good cop. All right? Yo, Hollywood is nasty work, bro. Hollywood is nasty work.
Because the things are, all cattywampus, and they're starting to fight back. And that's when he gives the title drop. He gives the name drop, title of the movie. He says, all right, I see no other option other than to initiate the War of the Worlds, about the Planetary Alliance stepping up their counteroffensive against the aliens, which I guess was like a really cool moment where you're supposed to pump your fist. Yeah, initiate the War of the Worlds.
Dude, you know what's funny? I don't know the movie, but you know that pumped up feeling you're supposed to get from fucking like fucking speeches in a movie, right? They're supposed to pump you the fuck up. The guy that played, I think his name's Drake or Josh. I forgot, the fat one. He was in like a Korean war. Let me see if I can fill this up. He makes the stupidest fucking speech, and you're like, please, Korea, end this fucking American lifestyle right now. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's. Hey, was the fat one Drake or Josh? Do you know, Tino? I mean, use my bad. I mean, use your real name. Let's see, Drake. No, not Drake. Not that guy. What's his name? Ah, fuck. I think it's like Red Sun. God damn it. I don't know what. Josh. Okay, Josh. Speech. Speech in. Movie. War movie. Let's see if I can find it. No. Where is it at? It was really bad. But what I was going to compare it to was obviously this one, right? When I hear this speech, I play this speech every 4th of July. No, I'm not fucking around, bro. Every 4th of July, this is the first thing I play. And this shit pumps me up. I'm ready for fucking fireworks when I see this shit, alright? This is what I played last month. Wait, was it last month? Or this month? What's the 8th? January, February, June, July. Yeah, last month. Alright.
Morning. You're a little young.
Alright. We'll do that after, but I'm gonna do this first because this is what really gets me going.
That they are. They look a little nervous.
All right, I need all flight crews to report to their designated areas immediately.
Major. Arlen. Sir. Good morning. Good morning. In less than an hour, aircraft from here will join others from around the world. And you will be launching the largest aerial battle in the history of mankind. Mankind, that word should have new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our petty differences anymore. we will be united in our common interest. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July, and you will once again be fighting for our freedom. Not from tyranny, oppression, or...
I'm already getting goosebumps, bro. Look at that. I'm getting goosebumps, dog. Straight goosebumps from this fucking speech.
Persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Banger of a fucking speech. I think he touched a kid. I'm not sure what he did as an actor. I'm not sure if he touched little kids, but I don't know where he's at nowadays. All right. But that speech is amazing. I don't know what happened to the actor, but I just want to let you know. His name is Josh. I just looked it up on my other I looked it up. I hacked into the mainframe on my other shit, and it's Josh Nicholas. Nicholas. Let me type this. Nichols. Sorry. Josh Nichols. All right. Let's see if I can find this one. Where is it? Come on, please show up. No, Josh Nichols speech. Movie speech. Come on, come on. Give me it. Where is it at? Where's it at? Come on, please, 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 please show up. Please show up. Please show up. Korea War movie. Oh, no. I'm not going to be able to find it. I'm going to try one more time. If it doesn't show up, then we're done. Korea War movie. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Where is it at? Motherfucker, I can't find it. Damn. Anyways, it was going to show a really bad speech, all right? That's all the main thing was.
Then calls his pops. He lets old man Ice Cube know that he knows more than Ice Cube thinks he does. He's not just a video game playing dweeb. He knows why the aliens are here. They're after something called Goliath, which interestingly is what Disruptor kind of mentioned earlier. We'll get to that in a moment, but there might be a bit of a plot twist coming up if you can connect the very subtle dots. So Dave is talking about, like, Dad, you need to trust me. There's something called Goliath and the aliens are here, but Ice Cube is like, you're a fucking moron, son. Get it through your thick skull. I'm so disappointed in you. You're a gamer. You make me sick. Don't you ever call me again. And then hangs up on him.
Don't tell me later on in the movie that in order to defeat the aliens, there's some type of video game-esque type of program that the aliens are weak to. Don't say that. Don't say that. That's like the movie of Enders.
He just berates him again and then literally hangs up on him. As his daughter is like bleeding out and shit, like he doesn't even care about the safety of Dave. He's just like, can you stop fucking calling me? Stop it. You play games. I don't want to hear from you. And Dave is trying to let him know, like, hey, look, there's something we could do here. Like, I know what's going on. And then it turns out the aliens, as they're getting their shit pushed in by humanity's weapons, they change tactics and start targeting data centers, and they put their tentacles into data centers, and they start hyper downloading all of our data, which ends up draining all of our data, which shuts off the military. So they hit the power switch on the military, and then spontaneously every battleship, every plane, every helicopter falls out of the sky or blows up, and now we can't fight the aliens anymore aside from just small arms fire on the ground. Everything else is now shut down because they drained our data centers. And interestingly, it's like they forgot this plot point. I'm getting ahead of myself, but just know this was a crucial moment where they turned the tides. The aliens turned the tides on us by draining all of our sweet data. So the NASA lady was at one of the data centers when this happened, and she noticed these little bugs. Little bugs like to eat data. They consume it. They like data. And what happens is she connects the dots is that they're here for our data. They must eat our data, and they must like all this data we have on all of our citizens and all of the people across the globe. They want our data.
How the fuck do you eat a data? Like, how does that even, what? It's not like it's like metal or anything. It's not like it's just like information onto a server, right? Like, I don't understand how that's even a thing. How do you eat data? How do you eat that? That's weird. There's no substance to it. Like it's not physical. Yeah, you're right. It's not physical. How are you eating data? That don't make sense.
And as they continue draining us, they make a mention that all money in the world is gone. Money has been erased. Oil tankers are blowing up. And we've been set back to the Stone Ages. Lights are turning off. The world's gone dark, in their words. It really feels like, I'm not kidding, it feels like this movie was written by a child. Like, everything happens like this, too. Like, the aliens come, and then we shot them with tanks, and they didn't like it. So what they did is they shut down the military. They turned off the military, and then they erased all of our money, and it disrupted the chain of command, and then all the lights turned off, but because of our data.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Data is like, it's... It's just code. Yo. Just give them a... Hey, you know what they should have done? What the aliens should have done if they like code and they like data so much? They should have gone to India first. All right? Because that's where all the tech people are at. And they fucking are at in those call centers. You know what I'm saying? Those scammers. They got a lot of data over there. Just send them over there for... Eat those guys first. You would have won the war.
So bad. It's so like bafflingly bad. I cannot believe a human being wrote this. Like a real sentient person. Like this could have been written by an alien. Like it might have been. I don't understand it. Also, Facebook is being deleted. This was a crucial moment. Not only is all money being erased, but websites are being erased. Facebook is getting deleted, and Ice Cube is there on his...
Thank God the aliens did one thing right. They're erasing social media. Let's go. I'm rooting for the aliens now. I hope they embrace every fucking social media platform. First Facebook, then Snapchat, because that's already dead. Right? Just get it off, wipe it off. Then you go for Instagram. And then you go for TikTok. And then, dude, let's go aliens, bro. They should have won the war, bro.
Facebook.
Just like World War II, we're fighting on the wrong side of the war. All right?
Page. Taking one last look at it as messages are vanishing. He's listening to the audio message again, and then it does the classic cliche as it turns off. And then it vanishes, and then 404s. But it's not every website. YouTube actually still exists because that becomes a crucial plot device here towards the end of the film. But Facebook...
How does YouTube exist, bro? That's like the most data ever. They would go for that one first. That's like the first generation data, like social media construct right there. So many things that aliens could have done to win, bro.
Gone. So Disruptor goes live on YouTube, and he mentions Goliath. Like, the aliens are here because of Project Goliath. The government knew Project Goliath would summon the aliens because they love data. The government knew that more data would...
And you know, it's not even modern YouTube. It's early YouTube with, like, the Badger song and like Neon Cat and what's another classic what's that one dude that's the black dude in the woods? I forgot what his name was. And like Charlie the Unicorn, like all those fucking videos survived. All right, nothing past the. What's that dude? Oh, I gotta watch. That's a classic one. I forgot what it's called, dude. Like black dude in the woods. Hold on, black guy in the woods. That's like old school. Oh, I keep writing on the wrong one. My bad. I got two laptops in front of me, so I'm like riding on the wrong one all the time. Classic. Yeah, Unforgivable. This shit.
I went to Levine's yesterday, get some pants for me and my niggas. I was gonna steal them, I ain't had no money. Met a girl there, trying on some skirts. I was like, what that smell like? She was like, huh? She didn't know what to say. I was like, bitch, don't make me ask you again. Anyway, got her number. The next day we went to Chick-fil-A, some place in the mall. When I got there, I was like, bitch, where all these people out here? She said, well, it's the mall. I was like, whatever, bitch, give me a chicken sandwich and some waffle fries. I was like, bitch. She said, what you gonna have to eat? I was like, go up there and just give me a chicken sandwich with some waffle fries. Maybe a Coke to drink or something. She seems like kind of nice about that at least. She said, what you gonna get? I was like, bitch, go up to the counter. Tell that nigga I want a chicken sandwich and some waffle fries for free. She said, okay. Then she looked back and asked me what I want to drink. I was like, give me a Dr. Pepper, bitch. We got the food.
See, they got everything else but these videos. They have to date. What? How long ago was this? They have to date 15 years or younger. That's the one that the aliens didn't get. All right.
And aliens will full scale invade us, and then the big reveal: Ice Cube figures out Disruptor is his son. Who could have seen that coming?
What?
Huh?
Disruptor is his
That's quality
son?
writing right there. It was really subtly planted.
Wait, Disruptor's his son? What? Did not see that coming. Bro, YouTube owes him so much back pay, like hundreds of millions. They didn't pay the guy? What? They didn't pay that dude? How? That's like a classic. That's a classic. They need to pay that guy. That's crazy. You're telling me they didn't pay this man? That's insane.
But they pulled it off. So his son then tries to convince him that the government is lying to him. The government is, not super trustworthy. And Ice Cube's like, get out of town. What are you talking about? You're fucking stupid. You're like a gamer and shit. I would never trust you. You're a criminal now, actually, too. This is stupid. No, there's no such thing as Goliath. They wouldn't lie to me. They wouldn't lie.
And the daughter's in on it, too? What the fuck's going on?
Me. And his son is just like, look, Dad, listen, I'm going to send you Goliath. Just take a peek. And he's like, okay, buddy. But I already know there's nothing in here that's going to convince me. He even says that verbatim. There's nothing in these files that will convince me that what you did is right. And he opens the files, and the first line is about, like, the Roswell crash, I think it was. It was like an alien crash, and it said, like, weird weather phenomena, aliens, and data. In one sentence, he goes, oh my god, my son was right. The government's been lying to me this whole time. He read a sentence, one sentence, and immediately he's like, oh my god, he's absolutely right. And then, of course, he scrubs through the other alien
He got red pilled in one sentence. Is crazy.
Pieces, and then learns Project Goliath.
It's just a clip. It's just a bunch of clips of Nick Fuentes talking about the Jews. That's what he sent his dad, bro. Just a bunch of Nick Fuentes clips.
Is a big data collection program, exactly like his son was saying. I don't know why he was so adamant about it being far-fetched conspiracy theory mumbo-jumbo, because his son was just telling him, like, Dad, Goliath is all about collecting our data on a bigger scale. Like, Goliath is, like, really big mass surveillance. And he's like, that's just not possible.
Dad, it was the Jews. That's just not possible.
I am the mass surveillance, and there's nothing more advanced than what I've got. Like, I don't know why that idea was so, like, incomprehensible to him, because he already has all of that basically at his fingertips. The only difference with Goliath is that it could also read people's thoughts.
What?
Kind of, like, it analyzed their thoughts better. So, like, it was only, like, one step forward where Ice Cube already was, and yet he's like, that's just a conspiracy. Nope, that wouldn't happen. The government wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. We don't do anything like that. They wouldn't do that. It was just so weird. I don't
see. Now you're seeing what I'm seeing. See, that would have been the script. That would have been a great script.
I don't know why I'm harping on that so much. The whole movie fucking sucks. There are so many inconsistencies and so much wrong with it. But that in particular really stood out to me. Anyway, we then learn that Briggs, who is one of his contacts we've seen throughout the film sporadically, is actually the guy who spearheaded Project Goliath and was fully aware that by launching Project Goliath with this mass surveillance, the data collection was so grand in scale that it would summon aliens. Don't know how they knew that. There is no explanation for how they fucking knew that this level of data collection was what would be the beacon to bring all of the aliens to fucking...
Hey, speaking of aliens and computers and all this shit, did you hear, like, on Joe Rogan that the as soon as we created AI, there was a blip on the NASA radar that there was like this 7-mile rock darting at Earth? Like, as soon as like the same year that we created AI, there's a big old fucking, like, I want to say a missile, but it's like a rock asteroid 7 miles beaming at us, bro. As soon as AI was made, is the craziest shit. Have you seen that shit? Youth Wave? That's crazy to me. As soon as we make AI, they're trying to shut us down, bro. Hold on, let me see if I can put this up. Nah, you haven't seen that? Oh, I'm gonna put it up. It's like a real thing, supposedly. Joe Rogan, 7-mile rock. 7-mile asteroid, I guess you could say. Asteroid, something like that. Scientists think alien craft could be headed towards Earth. All right, here we go. 13 days ago.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Do you hear about that fucking object that's hurtling towards Earth at like 130,000 miles an hour?
No, that might solve all our problems.
Some intergalactic object that's hurt. There's this guy, Avi Loeb. He's a professor at Harvard that believes it might be an alien probe.
Wow.
And he was talking about the odds of this thing being in the trajectory that it is, entering into our solar system in a direct path with Earth. The odds are extremely low. And at the place where it's doing it, it's when the Earth is the opposite side of the sun, so it's coming from behind the sun. And it's so it makes it difficult to detect. And that this object is in a direct line to come to Earth in 2027.
Crazy.
Do they have a trajectory of where it's going to land?
I don't think they totally know that yet. I think they're trying to calculate whether or not it's actually going to hit Earth or come near Earth or pass by Earth or what it is. Like,
why do they think it's an alien satellite or whatever?
Well, there's this guy, Avi Loeb, this professor that I'm discussing. He also had an analysis of another object that passed by Earth a few years back that they named, and they said that this thing had a very bizarre metallic sort of a look to it that he did not think, based on the shape of it and the way it was traveling, that it was natural. So he thought that that could have been some sort of an alien craft as well. I don't know. It's too fun. It's too fun.
But as it gets closer, we could probably decipher.
Scientists give chilling update on mysterious interstellar object racing through our solar system as they warn it's even bigger than we thought. Provide a chilling update on a mysterious interstellar object that's racing through our solar system. Using data from the Vera C. Rubin Observatory, experts have revealed just how big the object dubbed 31 Atlas really is. According to their analysis, the object measures roughly 7 miles in diameter.
Fucking
Holy
crazy,
fuck.
bro.
How big is New York City? Bigger than Mount Everest, making it the largest interstellar object ever spotted. Professor Avi Loeb, theoretical physicist and cosmologist from Harvard University, suggested the object could be an alien spacecraft. However, not everyone is convinced. Chris Lintott, an astronomer at the University of Oxford, told Live Science any suggestion that it's artificial is nonsense on stilts. He added that these claims are an insult to the exciting work going on to understand this object. But Harvard's legit, and Avi Loeb is a legit astronomer.
Right. I mean, let's not rule anything out.
Yeah.
As it gets closer.
There's something about it about the way it's traveling, that it's bizarre. But it doesn't have a trail like a comet does.
Right.
We can scroll up a little so I can see that. The images of the comet were actually snapped by the Vera C. Rubin before it was officially discovered. However, since it was identified on July 1st, scientists, just July 1st, just a little bit ago, scientists have scoured back through data to find out more about the mysterious object. New study published on RXIV, whatever that is. More than 200 researchers have confirmed the likely size of the comet's main body.
You think they got the stealth bomber of alien craftsmanship nowadays? You're saying they got stealth bombers? Bro, is that what you're telling me, Tino? Bro, I don't doubt it. Bro, but that's crazy, right? There's something coming at us and it's going to land on us 2027? That's nuts.
Break over here to eat it. I don't know how they analyzed that, but they knew that if they launched Project Goliath, it'd be a full-scale invasion. Even Brig...
They birthed human civilization for sacrifice, brother. You ever see the movie Predators? The later ones, when they come to our Earth and they fuck us up and then they leave? Yeah, that's what they're doing.
And just didn't care. He didn't give a fuck. He said, let them come. We'll beat them on our turf.
I actually like the lore of Predator. They actually look up Jerusalem aliens. Oh, God. Let's go. Jerusalem aliens. Jerusalem. You're going deep now, brother. Oh, I keep typing on my other I keep doing that. I keep typing on my other laptop that I'm watching the comment section on. All right, aliens. Nigga came down, took a pic, and dipped out. UFO in Jerusalem? This one? 14 years ago? 14 years ago? Is this the one? Let's see.
There's a new video this morning that some say may be proof we're not alone in the universe. A UFO in the form of a bright light is seen descending over the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. The video is said to be taken over the weekend. Then suddenly the light shoots up into the sky. There you see it. Another video from a different angle appears to show the light doing the same thing. Those clips have gone viral now.
Yeesh. Yeah. It makes sense because like when the pilot, the San Diego pilot, is talking about how the aircraft, the UFO, sorry, he was gaining up on it, and then out of nowhere, this little Tic Tac looking aircraft just went shoo, like 0 to 1 million. It went shoo. Just went out of his sight like nothing. And he was gaining on it. Like he was coming up on it, and then I think it noticed him and it's like shoo, went straight out. You seen that one, right? That Joe Rogan podcast with the Bob Lazar and like also what's the other guy's name? The Admiral. Believe those pilots, they have no reason to lie. They defy gravity and speed. Yes. They defy it for sure. Like I believe those pilots, they are not taking no drugs. All right, their government, they're manning multi-million-dollar machines for the government, so they can't fuck around. All right, and these guys are like the aces of the aces. And when they say this shit happened, and our government's allowed, yeah. But those pilots see some shit for sure. Yeah. It went up just like that. Just exactly how it went. Hold on, let's do it again. This clip over the Dome of the Rock of Jerusalem was taken by a tourist on a late night tour. That's insane.
We say invalids. Yeah, because you're in therapy. You're in therapy. I'd say that too. Yeah. I think nighttime would be lovely, but is that a UFO? Amazing. Holy shit. Oh, is that cool?
You can almost hardly look at it.
We've seen them in Mississippi like this, but never like
never.
They said, "Woo, you about to get scooped up." Damn, bro. The Jerusalem footage is the only
Three big updates for you.
Is the only footage I'll stand by. That shit is crazy. I never seen that one before. Thanks for showing me that. That's fucking insane. It went up just the way it did. No propulsion needed. It's not propulsion. I believe that it's gravity based, right? Woo back, baby. Woo back, baby. Yo. Is that where he got that? Yo, woo. He saw Jerusalem aliens. He was trying to tell us something through the music. He was trying to tell us something, bro. The biggest conspiracy string I could think of. Like, oh my God.
Which we were until they sucked our data, which of course they knew was going to happen because they're drawn to data, yet they're all surprised when they go suck our fucking data. Like, they're on here on our cocks here.
Yo, I thought he was gonna, when they suck our fucking cocks, I thought that's what he was gonna say, but he said data. And he did say cocks later on, but I thought that's what he was gonna say.
Data, yet they're all surprised when they go suck our fucking data. Like, they're on here on our cocks here, literally sucking the life out of our dicks with all this data, and they knew that, yet for some reason did nothing to stop that. It's, oh my God, it's so fucking dumb. Anyway, Ice Cube confronts him directly. He knows all about Goliath. Briggs says, all right, you're out of line, you're fired. Revokes his access to everything, all of his tools. He can no longer be the big-time hacker. Until 2 seconds later, his son Dave hacks the government and grants his dad full access to everything. And then they team up. And now they're both disruptors. So they come up with a plan to make a rabbit virus that will poison the data that the aliens are eating, thus poisoning and killing the aliens. Jesus. But they can't do it alone, so Dave brings in his hacker friends, the Disruptors, and we meet the other elite hackers, like Code Crusher and Starfire. I shit you not, those are two of their names.
Big balls.
Hacker.
Hey, yo, you saw he got beat up in Washington, D.C.? He got his ass kicked, bro.
It's painful. It really is painful. So they get together, they work.
I want to see that scene. Hold on. I know it's terrible. War Worlds. I know it's terrible. War of the Worlds. Scene 2025. Scene. Meeting the hackers. I know it's gonna be bad. Where's it at? Give me a clip. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, there's no clips. Ah, I wanted to see that one clip. Damn.
Rabbit virus while they're making the rabbit virus.
Big Balls got fucking, didn't he get his car stolen? It was like a carjacking supposedly, right? You know what I said when I heard about that? I said give Big Balls a Hollywood acting career with all that acting he's doing, bro. All that fake shit.
By the way, only takes 2 minutes, but within that 2-minute time span, Ice Cube decides he wants to make a YouTube video. So he hops in Adobe After Effects and he makes a YouTube exposed video on Briggs, releases it on YouTube, exposing Project Goliath and Briggs, and the entire world watched it instantly. He posted it, the whole world watched it, he posted it on the Disruptor YouTube channel. The whole world watched it, and now everyone knows why the aliens are here, and they now hate Briggs. So, he got his revenge, and he revealed the truth to everyone about Project Goliath. And now the rabbit virus is done. Again, all of this basically happening instantaneously. So the rabbit virus gets uploaded, but it wasn't enough to stop the aliens. All it did was make them mad. So what they did is they hacked the hackers before the hackers could fully hack them. And then they used the IP addresses of the hackers in the Disruptor group, and they go blow up their houses. So we watch Starfire get blown up, and then, God rest his soul, even Code Crusher perishes under the might of...
Oh my god, I want to see that. I want to see Code Crusher die. Hold on, Code Crusher. Crusher dies in World War of the World. I just want to see that scene for some reason. I don't know why. Scariest brutal scenes? Fuck it, let's just do it. Let's do it.
You listen closely. Faith is losing blood. Hey, Pops. Pops. I'm not your daddy, man.
Fires in Dodger Stadium. A Century City building has collapsed.
Your location is gonna get hit. I'm heading to one of the crash sites now.
The United States president is calling the global military response. The global forces are unloading.
Amy, I'll be right here, sweetheart. Every time they make this sound. It's called Goliath. That's fake news. Think about it.
It looks like a missile took it.
Yeah, this looks bad.
Aliens and their fury. So they die. So now they need to come up with a new plan. Dave survives, by the way. Turns out he was actually bouncing his IP address from Ice Cube's house, but really he was at a dude named Brian's house. So after Ice Cube's house gets blown up and Ice Cube thinks his son died, all Ice Cube can do is this and go, damn. But then his son calls him. He's like, no, Dad, I'm actually fine. I was over at Brian's house. I just bounced my IP. So,
sorry about your house,
Ice
Dad.
Cube gets the family together for a face.
Yeah, I bounced the IP to your house. I could have done any other fucking house in this whole world, but fuck your house, Dad. Thanks.
Mark has gone and stopped the bleeding from Faith's injury, so they're together. They're fine. That whole side.
Meanwhile, Allstate already pulled the fucking insurance from the house, so Dad can't even get a new house. Oh wait, that's the Palisades. Never mind.
Has been completed, and he gets the family together for a FaceTime call. Because the NASA lady has just informed them that the little bugs actually have DNA. They are organic cyber hybrid beings. So they can be killed, is the conclusion they reach. And they have a method. Turns out Faith, his daughter, was working on something called the Cannibal Code, which attacks 6 cells in a body. So
She's a hacker too, or is she like a chemist? Or like a eugenics. What the fuck is going on with this family? What the hell is going on with this family that Ice Cube procured in this movie?
Let's rewrite the Cannibal Code to attack their cells and kill the aliens since they're organic too. So they do that immediately. They literally rewrite this code instantly. And it's perfect coding.
Just like the vaccines. They did it immediately. And it's perfect. It's not going to hurt us.
But there's another problem that...
The burp was fucking sick. Yo, the burp was superb.
Is because the government's decided to bomb the Goliath building, which is the building Ice Cube is in. It was actually underneath his feet the whole time. Because the government now knows it's going for Goliath. All the aliens are converging on that building to suck Goliath dry of all that precious data. But this is where things get weird. They have bombers bombing aerial vehicles that are about to do this. How? They've already established that none of their air vehicles or air units, any vehicles in the military work anymore because the aliens sucked our data.
Oh.
But they have these bombers. And they also have drones that...
I bet. Yeah, go ahead. Text me. But yeah, have a good day at work, bro. Yeah, we got to secure that road, Mike. Good job on that one. We got to get you on the games with me and Mikey whenever we get a chance to whenever I get my video card, for sure.
Ice Cube and family can access. Yet they had already made a point about how that's not possible because the aliens sucked our fucking data. But they totally forgot and just said, maybe people have already fallen asleep by this point and won't care. But I was awake the whole goddamn time watching this. They totally forgot that a plot point was they can't use these crafts. Because if they could, then it wouldn't matter.
Yo, Wednesday, let's get it.
The data, because they were beating the fuck out of the aliens using these vehicles. using all of these aircrafts. So if they still have access to aircrafts, who cares if they go towards Goliath? Just blow them the fuck up. That was the whole reason, the whole point of trying to fight back with point.
Hey, that's what we do with the music app. We just keep on rerunning it the whole time so we get those Spotify numbers up. That's what Travis Scott does. That's what Nicki Minaj does. They just leave the comps on. No, I'm just kidding.
Code is because we no longer have access to the military because of our sucked data. But now we have bombers that are going to go blow up Ice Cube. Just fucking blow up the aliens if we still have this ability. It's, oh my god, it actually made me upset. So, anyway, they rewrite the code, but Ice Cube has no way of taking that code and injecting it into Goliath downstairs because they don't allow thumb drives in the secured building.
I want to hear. I like this guy. I subscribe to him. I want to hear what Angry Joe has to say about this movie because he's fucking unhinged.
Hey guys, we just got done watching the worst film of the year. I needed G Fuel to get us through this. Right now, from the 7th through the 13th, is a buy one, get one free deal. So pick up yours now. Every tub we sell goes directly to helping the show. So hopefully you enjoy the worst film of 2025. Check it out.
I feel like people are just gonna watch it now because it's just so bad. You gotta watch it in order for you to experience something that's going crazy on the internet. Like, so the producers will make their money back, no problem. Let's go.
Guys, you let us know last night. I was streaming. Everybody's like, you have got to see War of the Worlds.
Whoever said that,
I hate you. This is number 2 in the world. I think it dropped to number 3 in the world today since it's been several days. This thing came out a while ago. We thought we were going to escape. But I have never seen this, guys. Never seen this. 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. Please don't ruin this streak.
It's a small sample size. It's only 17.
It's 18 reviews now.
18 now. That was me. Right after we watched it.
Right after we watched this. 17% audience. You know, the audience that loves everything and that always, rates things at 70 to 80 to 90%? 17! Oh, my God. War of the Worlds with Ice Cube on Amazon Prime.
It's basically a big ad.
It's what, Joe?
A big ad.
Oh, yeah?
For Amazon.
It's a big ad for Amazon. That's exactly what this is.
Fucking bad.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. There was a moment where this is actual dialogue. Joe, I need you to place an official order on Amazon.com to activate Chimera.
I need you to place an official order on Amazon to activate the drone.
Nuts. I need you.
Jesus Christ.
And what is Chimera, Joe?
It is
a program. It is a program for drone delivery.
Prime
At one
Air.
point, Ice Cube's character needs a thumb drive quick, and Amazon has them covered. And then what's in your Amazon cart is what's most important in life, but then not important. I had to watch the worst movie of the year. Got the boys to watch it with me. I am so interested. Did Ice Cube owe somebody a favor? This Rich Lee guy, directed by Rich Lee. I wonder what else this guy's directed. I'm going to have to go and look this up.
I saw he was doing a lot of music videos and stuff like that. I don't know if I saw anything big.
Guys, the movie is fucking terrible. The graphics are fucking terrible. It reminds me of Birdemic graphics.
No, sir. That's way better. Don't you dare say that.
Don't I dare?
That movie was way fucking better than this. First one.
Joe, this is your kind of film.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is. This is the
fucking
B
terrible. This is
movie.
trash.
This is asylum level garbage.
They
with
have
a big
better
budget.
shit. No, look. Chopping Mall, way fucking better.
Chopping Mall.
That's a great movie. I'd rather see Popeye the Slayer Man.
Okay, that's your kind of movie.
Yeah, those are my type of movies.
Not this shit.
They were trying to be so fucking serious. Everything was terrible. They know my movies are cheap and like campy. This was just all around trash.
A computer security analyst, Ice Cube, works for the U.S. government and finds his daily life disrupted by an alien attack. Accustomed to dealing with virtual threats, his struggle extends to the secrets that the government may be hiding. And Amazon this, Amazon that. Big advertisement for Amazon on Amazon Prime. They shelved this movie for a while. Apparently, this was supposed to come out a long time ago, several years, and they decided now would be the time to unleash this abomination on us, instantly making it the worst film of 2025. I asked the boys, I was like, how long has this been on? And it was what? It was like 15 minutes?
No,
5
minutes.
It was excruciating. You're like, oh, please don't tell me that the whole film is done on the computer screen. The whole film is done clicketing, clacketing between Zoom calls and FaceTime and Amazon carts the entire time. And then they have these little chat bubbles pop up. They have the videos, and then they can't even get the graphics of, video glitches correct. Even the video glitches look awful. How do you fuck up video glitches? Not only are you fucking up the CGI for the aliens, but you're fucking up like the most terrible plane fall I've ever seen in my life. That's Birdemic. I bet you even Birdemic people could come up with some better graphics than that. You could just go onto the assets in Unreal Engine and buy a better graphic. So this is historic. I don't think a bigger company like Amazon has put out a bigger piece of shit. I don't know.
Rings of Power.
Rings of Power is quite a big piece of shit. You're right, Joe, and that's an established property. But I guess so is War of the Worlds. Watch Tom Cruise's War of the Worlds. Watch the original War of the Worlds. Read the fucking book. Listen to the radio program that made the country go crazy way back in the day. Wells. But because this thing, was clearly the worst thing. And I think it was kind of good, bad for a little bit here and there to see Ice Cube's reactions, Joe. Like the director was giving him no notes or something because he was like, whoa, wow, that's crazy. Oh, hell no. You know? And when the aliens like show up with the worst graphics of these meteors, like his looks are hilarious. I kind of like, the fact that Ice Cube is so miscast here. At one point, he has this speech that he gives to the government because apparently he's such an important official at Homeland Security that, the president directly reports to Ice Cube. The director reports to Ice Cube. Everybody, his family reports to Ice Cube.
Was playing.
He gives his speech, and fucking Ice Cube can barely get through it. You can tell. He's off screen, so you don't even get to see him read. He's reading off of a piece of paper, and he's barely getting through it.
Based on their prioritized destruction of these critical intelligence command centers, my analysis suggests nuclear power facilities are next. Electric grids will follow, leaving us completely helpless.
He's there for the paycheck. Yeah,
he's there for the paycheck.
Damn, that is brutal, bro. Reading that is brutal. Like, dude, that sounds like me trying to read something crazy. That's crazy. I would definitely be like that same shit. And I'm nowhere near the actor that Ice Cube is.
You can tell.
Longoria's
Yeah.
in this. She's there for the paycheck. Craig, the fucking agents guy is in this. But everybody is via cell phone. They're like, hey, we got a great idea. This was filmed
bad
during
idea.
COVID. All you have to do is film yourself on your phone and send it to us. They're like, oh, do you want to send us some, better equipment, like, I don't know, audio and visuals and stuff? No. Just use your phone. Use your phone.
Keep
Well, I
costing
haven't upgraded my phone in like 10 years. No, that's fine. That's fine. Because everything looks like shit.
Yeah.
Everything is written like shit. The dialogue is some of the worst dialogue ever. Is this a perfect disaster, Joe? Is this one of those films that's so bad it's good?
Nope.
No. All right. Tell me what you guys think of War of the Worlds.
Let me get some water real quick. Let's get it. All right, we're back.
With Ice Cube.
Do not watch this movie at all. It's fucking terrible. It is not
Universal Pictures.
good, bad. It is just bad trash. It is bad. There's nothing good about this movie. The camera's shaky. It sucks all the time. You get deadpan, sad moments you don't really give a shit about. The plot is so fucking dumb. Everything about this is bad.
And it's not a Joe movie.
No, the CGI is so
Don't
bad.
you dare disparage Joe by saying,
Damn
why
straight.
don't you like this? This seems to be like the shit you would like.
No,
like
because
fucking
this is boring.
Atlantic Rim. Is this not Atlantic Rim?
That one's better.
Oh my God.
That one's better. No, this is not a good bad movie. Like I said, I'd rather watch Popeye the Slayer Man. The new one that's coming out that I'm interested in is Primitive War. That one looks way fucking better than this stuff, and which is
I've never
weird.
even heard of it.
It's fucking weird that Amazon cheaps out on the terrible CGI.
Yeah.
If like Ice Cube saw that, like he's supposed to be like the head honcho's like that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. No, this is all
Ice Cube fights CGI tentacles. Some of the worst CGI tentacles. I was staring right
What
at
the
it, guys,
fuck?
and I could not my brain couldn't process what was happening.
Yeah, because it's like
These things are everywhere.
the terrible CGI with the grainy footage because it's shutting down, so they're just you can't really see the movie at times. It's a waste of goddamn time. It gives you a headache. And it once again, it is an ad. He's flying the drone around. It says Amazon Prime Air for majority of the time he's flying. And then
one of the main characters is wearing an Amazon outfit.
Mark
the whole
drives
time.
for Amazon. It's like, oh, you got to put this in your cart. I can't do it unless you put it in your cart. And then they actually offer this homeless guy to turn over the drone. They offer him $1,000, an Amazon
card.
An Amazon card.
They need a homeless
He's
guy
like,
to
we'll
do
give
something.
you free internet for
No, I don't care.
For a year.
How about an Amazon card?
Oh, okay. I'll go do that.
Running out in the apocalypse when everybody's dying. Got to get that Amazon card. Wow.
There are no funny moments in this. Everyone was just trying to be serious.
Jesus Christ, an Amazon card is what he's after, bro. Oh my god.
Other than Ice Cube's reactions to some of this shit.
That was-
Because he was like, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah, that part is like when his kids were apparently dying. Like, oh, that's crazy.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Bad.
Yeah, it reminds me in a weird way of like The Story by Neil Breen, because it's the technology. The technology used in this is very Neil Breen-esque, where Ice Cube has access to like 47 laptops and he's constantly clicking on stuff. He can like right-click on his computer screen and there's a drop-down button that says sabotage, and then like there's another.
Whoa, you programmed in sabotage into that drone?
And so it's written so. But the thing is, like, Neil Breen has charm because like.
He doesn't have a budget.
His movies are made for like $50, and he convinces like women on Twitter to like get in a shower with him.
Yes.
His CG is just as good as in this movie. So it's like if you gave Neil Breen like $50 million and told him to take it really seriously, which he should never do, because his space is perfect where exactly it is. So yeah, I don't think this is a dumb fun movie. It's just nothing went right. You're taking a classic story and then you screw it up. They constantly repeat over and over that the most important human resource is our data.
Yes.
Our most important human resource.
Yeah.
Holy shit. This whole attack is just a big diversion to get those tripods to the data centers.
And so then these bugs come and then like they have straws, like literal straws that they stick into our data centers.
They suck our data.
And then
oh no! Immediate data drain! Data drain! So our military at one point in the fucking film is kicking ass.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, this is different from the other War of the Worlds where, you know, our bullets would bounce right off and they have shields or whatever. No, we're winning. But suddenly the aliens get an idea. Oh, no, it was their whole idea in the first place to put their little tentacle tubes into our data centers. And then there's a pre-visual of all of our data being sucked dry. And then all of a sudden we start losing because all of our data is now gone.
Yeah.
All systems have been data drained. Casualties everywhere. They got our data. You even see a pop-up. The Space Force was hit the biggest. The Space Force data was hit the worst as these red bars are filling up about how much data is being drained. Jesus. Do you know how important the Space Force military branch data is? We can't possibly fight them anymore. The Abrams tanks, the M16s, the M4s, they no longer fire when all of our data has been taken.
The ships just turned over.
The boats forgot how to boat. They forgot about buoyancy because of data.
That's what happened.
This was amazing.
Jesus Christ.
This was amazing. That moment made me laugh. I'm like, come on. If the director comes out at some point and says, oh, I did this all on purpose, it was a genius move, I am the new Tommy Wiseau, do you think opinions will change on the film? Because it is so bad. Rich Lee, who you pointed out is a music video
resource.
director.
Our data.
He does all of the Eminem videos. So, you know, he did Houdini and Venom and Phenomenal, Venom, Rap God, The Monster. And then he does other artists. And apparently this genius, Lee started as a professional career as a sculptor and a fabricator for Broadway shows. Then he moved on to computer graphics and created 3D pre-visualizations for big-budget Hollywood feature films such as the first 3 Pirates of the Caribbean, I Am Legend, Minority Report, and Constantine. How does somebody known for 3D pre-visualizations
I love Constantine.
put in something like this? No. This must have been the like an intern or the guy that says he's really good at something. He's a supervisor, but he doesn't really know how.
Yeah, but he would
So then
see
Amazon
it.
hired him, and they're like, "Well, you could do it." He said, "Yeah, I could do it myself." And then he does it himself, and this is what happens because it is the worst. You could get Asylum, the movies you do. And they could do better better 3D graphics than this guy.
For sure.
What's that?
The previous regime at Amazon would hire people based on recommendations from other
Hold on.
people, which is
What is
bringing
this thing?
power again. J.J. Abrams liked a couple dudes, and he's like, yeah, give them the most important fantasy franchise of all time and let them do 5 seasons for over $1 billion. And Amazon gave them the keys to the castle. And so this guy's never done anything before, and so let's give him, I don't know, $30 million to make this movie?
3
million? I'd respect it a little more if it was like, yeah, we made this for like $17. We gave Ice Cube an Amazon gift card.
Yes.
We could
That
not.
makes
This
sense.
film, I mean, the plot. When the aliens invade, at one point, his daughter, he puts his own daughter in danger by asking her, "Go to the Tesla car," another product placement. And the Tesla car is like literally in the path of the tripod who is firing and killing people, only they can't afford it to keep firing, so it doesn't fire during that moment. She gets in the car. What are you going to say?
He can. I just want to let you guys know that he's let everybody know that he can remote control this car, so she doesn't actually have to move anywhere because he can bring the car to her the entire time. And so this entire scene of, hey, I know you have a giant piece of rebar sticking out of your thigh, and in one of the most dangerous places have a giant piece of rebar, but I need you to run across the street in the path of this monster to get to the car that I can remotely control. And I'm just sitting there, it's like, who the fuck wrote this?
It's been shown that the tripod fucking literally destroys anything that moves near it or whatever, and it just doesn't. It ignores her car as he gets in, and it drives off in the weirdest CGI driving off sequence.
And then this guy points out that we can see from like Tesla's car, and she's driving, but they forgot to put any sort of destruction.
or
So she's just like,
so if you look at the windows while she's huddled in her car,
yeah, it's just like other cars.
People are like licking ice cream.
Yeah, like everything is super awesome in the background. They forgot that there was a
Traffic
movie.
is moving at a normal pace.
Guys just waiting to turn.
Fucking slow pace.
So
yeah,
bad.
because everything is so cheap. Ice Cube never leaves this room. I'm like,
tried.
Over under on
He
the
tried.
odds that he leaves this fucking place, and I don't think he ever leaves. And when his daughter's about to die with child, that's when he finally gets on. I gotta get out of here, and he runs to the door. And it's one of those tiny, thin glass
He almost
door.
opened
He
it.
goes,
He almost opened it.
I think it did kind of open, and he acts like he struggles.
Yeah.
I can't get out.
We're on lockdown.
We're on lockdown. Oh no, I got you. And then he goes back to the computer and does everything on the computer. Gets her boyfriend to go pick her up, even though he was already gonna go pick her up. And then he's like, "Yeah, I got you. I did that." It's like, no, you didn't. He's the shittiest dad. He's hacking into all of his daughter's cameras and his son's cameras and his fucking
In their bedroom, in their
everybody's-
fridge, in their bathroom. It's like, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
It's a helicopter.
But it's
Jeez, this movie is.
Data. But now we have bombers that are going to go blow up Ice Cube. Just fucking blow up the aliens if we still have this ability. Oh my god, it actually made me upset. So, anyway, they rewrite the code, but Ice Cube has no way of taking that code and injecting it into Goliath downstairs because they don't allow thumb drives in the secured building. But And this is where it gets so fucking shameless. But Mark has a thumb drive, and Mark works for Amazon. And you know what else Amazon has? Prime Air. So Mark gives a whole sales pitch about how Prime Air works and how he can give the thumb drive to the drone for Amazon Prime Air and fly it to him just like Amazon Prime does. And I'm not kidding, he gives a sales pitch. And then he takes the Amazon Prime drone and he flies the thumb drive over to Ice Cube, but not without some really intense dogfighting where the aliens are laser beaming at Mark flying the Amazon drone, but it's just too good. It's much more effective than all of the government planes, it seems, because they were just getting blown out of the sky with lasers at one point. Meanwhile, Mark, who is not a fighter pilot, he's something far stronger, an Amazon Prime drone delivery expert. He's dodging all their lasers, he's doing fucking barrel rolls, and then Dave is hacking nearby drones in order to blow up the aliens that are attacking Mark's drone. Again, how is he even able to access drones? That shit shouldn't be working in the first place, what you've already fucking established here. But anyway, Mark's made it to the building, but he hits something on the way in, and his drone flips over, and he can't flip it back. But luckily, they get to see that there is a man taking cover nearby through the camera of the drone. We get to see this. There is a man taking cover nearby, so Ice Cube instructs Faith to hack into the guy's phone and send him a text message asking him to flip over the drone. So she does. She hacks into his phone, sends the text message. The guy checks his phone. He says, "No way, are you kidding me? There's aliens here. I'm going to die if I do that." And then Mark says, bribe him with he didn't use the word bribe. Mark said, offer him $1,000 Amazon gift card. So she does. She sends him a text offering an Amazon Prime gift card for $1,000, and he instantly sprints over there. He reads it, sprints over, he flips the drone up for the bribed $1,000 Amazon gift card.
Jesus Christ.
So then Mark continues the mission. He delivers a thumb drive to Ice Cube. He makes it to the Goliath interface, and then as he's approaching the Goliath interface to plug it in, the tentacles are getting all up in his ass, and he's reaching heroically to plug in the cannibal code, and he does it, but then the feed cuts. But all the aliens start dropping like flies. They've done it. Cannibal code was a great success. The aliens are dead. Our data is still not safe. They still have all of our data, but the aliens are now gone, and they abort the bombing mission, so Ice Cube gets to survive. And then the bad guy, Briggs, gets arrested, and disruptors are now hailed as heroes across the globe. And then there's like a special mention about like how important privacy and data is.
Oh, God.
So like the government's calling on Ice Cube saying, "We thank you for
Oh,
your service.
God.
We'd like you to come up with a new surveillance system."
Palantir Tech, all right? Jesus.
Takes privacy into account because we think privacy is important now. And Ice Cube says, "No, that's not my style anymore. Now, instead of watching people, I'm going to be watching you." And that's the end. That is Amazon's War of the Worlds.
So terrible.
There's a lot that I just omitted, by the way, because it is just so unbelievably uninteresting and just downright insulting to the entire act of making a film that I just didn't even put it into the notepad. There is literally nothing redeeming about this film. The only positive I could almost squeak out here is that it is enjoyably shitty. Like, I do think this would have been a lot of fun to watch with friends because there is so much to laugh at and make fun of. But watching it on my own, sometimes it actually just made me mad. Like, it is crazy how bad this movie is because it is really just like an ad being shoved down your throat, but in the form of a movie. Like, I do actually think that this is probably the start of where we see advertising go, where they disguise movies as ads. Like, they've already made this huge push for AI-generated ads, like, across the board. I keep seeing that pop up. I think they will also use AI to AI-generate movies that are actually just ads as well. It is just incredibly bad. That's really about it. It is the worst movie I've seen.
Jesus
See ya.
Christ, that sounds terrible, bro. That sounds really bad. Oh my gosh. I don't even know where to go from here, dude. How much more time do I got? I got 20 minutes. Damn, that sounds fucking so broken. Let's see. Nick Hudson lights up black culture. What is he saying? What's going on?
interesting video tonight. Nick Fuentes is kind of breaking the internet right now. The new video that he released that is of unbelievably low quality on Twitter. I'm not really sure why it's so bad, but it is. So basically, he's just being very honest of his perception of black people right now, which I think is definitely coming from a place of honesty. You know, I don't think that he's actually being malicious at all with what he's saying. But I will let him speak for himself. You guys can tell me what you think. This is Nick Fuentes. Dear black people, your culture sucks.
It's a shame. I really do believe, look, I think black people are not irredeemable, but there just needs to be brutal honesty. It's like, look, these black people are really struggling and they're turning into these maniacs. It seems like they don't do anything right. They're obnoxious, they're rude, they're inconsiderate, aggressive, cruel. And, you know, look, nobody hates black people for being black. If there are people like that, I think that's exceedingly rare. And I don't consider myself one of them. The reason that people have negative attitudes about black people is because most people's interactions with black people are negative. Most people's interactions with black people is when you're stuck in traffic and you see a Nissan Altima speeding down the shoulder. And you say, what the fuck? You're not supposed to do that. If everybody did that, it would just be another lane. And, you know, not everybody can do that. But it's like these people have no respect for decorum. They think the rules don't apply to them. They have no respect for society. Like that's their interaction is they are a waiter and they wait on a black table and the black people don't tip and they're fucking rude. Like that's most people's interactions. It's stuff like that. They go to the DMV and they see a black person behind the counter and they say, oh, here we go. And the person's rude. Now, it just goes to show people are not racist. It goes to show people don't like people that are rude. That people don't, it's unpleasant. People want to be treated with consideration and respect. And it is true that black people are, in this day and age, unfortunately, seem to have very low moral character. It's not even just the violence, although the violence is pretty striking. If you live your life and you know that you're going to be mugged by black people, it kind of colors your opinion or perception of black people, wouldn't you say? If 99% of the carjackings and stabbings and shootings that you see in Chicago are by black people, when you're walking down the street late at night, guess what you're looking for? Black people. And you equate that with danger. And it doesn't take a lot of them to spoil the whole bunch like that. And we just want black people to take accountability and say, look, I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. It just seems that every time I encounter you people, for the most part, it's negative. And sometimes extremely negative, like I could get a gun in my face. You know? That's a problem. And people go, well, you are just loaded up with hatred and racism. It's like, I'm really not. I'm a really friendly person. I'm a really polite, friendly person. I give everybody a chance. But if I'm someplace and I see some black person walking in with their pants sagging and they can't articulate what their problem is or what they need, and they're rude and they're aggressive and I'm in fear for my life, like, yeah, I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Man, what a relief to see you here. You're a sight for sore eyes. If black people were known for being the best, then we would be racist in the other direction. Oh, finally. So yeah, that really bothers me. It just bothers me in this damn ass city, because that's all it is in Chicago, is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
So, a little controversial to say the least, but I don't think that it should be. We've all seen that there's been an uptick in the black community with violence and degenerate behavior, which me personally, I would prescribe to rap culture and shit like that, where degenerate behavior and use of drugs and murder, all this dumb shit for clout, is glorified to an extreme. Young men are literally out there on the prowl, hunting for other young black men to kill, to gain some kind of reputation for somebody somewhere. And it's baffling to me, because for years, what have we heard? We've heard that, you know, black people are suffering, it's the fault of white people, and all this shit. And it's like, well, how are white people driving you to murder people within your own community so that you can gain some modicum of respect for being a fucking criminal or a murderer? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not talking about black people that go to fucking jail because they want to smoke a joint or something and they got pulled over and they got found out. I think that's bullshit and it shouldn't happen. What I'm talking about is people who are legitimate criminals, who are doing heinous shit in their communities. Because let's not forget, it's not just the people who get shot who are involved in that community. It's everyone in the community. Everyone has to suffer from this stupid bullshit where you have to be afraid of letting your kid go outside and play in the fucking front yard. Otherwise, some dumb motherfucker is going to come over with a stolen Glock 19 and fucking blow their brains out in your fucking front yard. That's insanity. And no one calls it out. And what's crazy is I was watching a Fleckus Talks video, and they were just talking about a shooting that happened in Myrtle Beach, where a dude literally just opened up on 11 fucking people.
Damn.
And there was a black chick going by. She's got the window rolled down, and she's yelling at these fucking cops that are rendering aid to a black woman who's begging for help, just got shot in the leg. Two guys go down, they start to bandage her up. And this chick is fucking yelling at them, talking shit, because she thinks that the cops fucking shot that guy and the girl, having no clue that the guy that's on the ground right now that they're putting in handcuffs just fucking attempted to murder almost a dozen people, dog.
Jeez.
Now, the good news is that there seem to be a lot of black people that are catching on to this and are starting to call it out, which I think needs to happen. Because the thing with Nick is, it doesn't matter how accurate he is or what kind of facts he brings to the table. At the end of the day, his skin color is different. And him saying all these things can come off as abrasive or racist or like whatever, because it takes nothing to be racist anymore nowadays. At least seemingly racist, because people are taught that complaining about a certain group of people, or whenever you see a shit ton of a certain group of people doing something wrong, you can't call it out. Otherwise, you hate them. You literally hate those people. Now, watching this video and hearing what Nick has to say, I don't see the issue. Now, some people might say, well, that's because you're white, or at least they think I'm white because of what I sound like. And you would think that I am white whenever you see me, because I mostly am. But I wouldn't exist if it wasn't for a black man. My great-grandfather was a soldier in World War II. He met my German grandmother, and they fell in love. They came back to the United States and had 14 children.
God damn.
So literally, I owe it to black people for my existence.
14 kids? That's insane.
And that's something that I loved growing up. But as I've gotten older and I've watched this community or this culture evolve to what it is today, I can't stand it. It breaks my heart. Looking back and seeing my family grow up in the environment that they did, literally Jim Crow. My grandmother came from Germany and experienced what it was like to be married to a black man as a white woman. Now, granted, she lived in area just outside of Philadelphia. So I don't know what it was like back then in that area, or if it was more chill or not. Now, obviously, like, you know, you would think that in the North it was a lot more chill than it was in the South, but racists live everywhere.
Right.
Genuine racists live everywhere.
Right.
But it breaks my heart to see the black community go from being stronger in the 50s under segregation and Jim Crow laws to now being more free than ever, having a better opportunity than ever in black history, especially compared to Africans, to see them squandering their lives. I mean, like, I want to just say like skills and shit, but it's literally their fucking lives. They're murdering each other in the streets for clout. And it's pathetic. It's pathetic that it's taken this long, that it's taken these many lives for black people to finally wake up and start saying, hey man, this is fucking bullshit. It shouldn't be like this, you know? But I wanted to kind of bring in another content creator that I like a lot. I listen to a lot of his videos. His name is Night Talk, and he kind of reacts to this. So in his video, he had just finished up right here where we left off. So I'm going to swap on over to him real quick, and then we're going to listen to him and see what he has to say.
I think I saw this one.
I was curious about his own interactions with black folks to have such a generalization of black folks. I mean, like, how many ghetto black folks are you running into that act that way? I mean, but he answered the question if he's living in Chicago, because there's certain parts of Chicago where there's nothing but that type of shit around. Well, at least that's what I heard. That's the narrative. You feel me? I ain't been in Chicago around all that. I ain't been in Chirac, but then it's like there's good pockets of Chicago too. So like, what you doing in Chirac? But anyway, if that makes sense.
Well, okay. So just right off the bat with that, you don't have to interact with a lot of ghetto black people. Ghetto black people are literally pasting themselves all over the internet constantly, showing you what it's like to be around them, to be around people who just don't give a fuck. And obviously, Nick didn't say that this is all black people.
A couple of YNs, you know what I'm saying?
Personally, I don't even think that Nick is racist. I think that he's just fed up living in Chicago.
Nick Fuentes is definitely not racist. He tried to get Kanye West as president. He went to the presidential house to go help ask with Kanye to ask Trump if he could be his vice president. Crazy story, I know, but that's what Nick Fuentes did. He actually likes Kanye a lot.
Watching his city turn to fucking dog shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I can tell based on Night Talk's reaction that this kind of cut a little deep, I think. You know, nobody wants to hear that about your own community, because to him, he probably grew up around a ton of very respectable black people. So whenever he thinks about black people in his mind, he's thinking maybe his mom was a good person. Maybe his dad was a good person. His uncle, his aunt, his cousins. They had a fucking great time growing up with each other. But unfortunately, something I learned in the Marine Corps that I'm still kind of figuring out now is perception is reality. And whenever you spend a shit ton of time online looking at all this bullshit, like the dude getting his ass beat in Ohio during like a jazz festival or something, getting his ass beat, a lady tries to intervene and she gets fucking knocked out by a grown-ass man.
Oh, yeah,
That's pathetic.
I saw that.
On top of the mob violence that was happening, all these black people jumping on this guy. I don't know what he did. I can guarantee you he didn't just walk up and say the fucking N-word to a giant-ass group of black people.
That'd be the stupidest thing.
You know what I'm saying? Or even the guy in fucking Myrtle Beach. I mean, how many videos have you seen scrolling through TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, where there's just an unreal amount of fucking violence or just degenerate ass fucking behavior? A lot. And that is what is setting the tone for people's view on black people. But anyway, I want to let Night Talk finish what he's saying real quick.
If that's all his interactions with black folks in Chicago. But even with that, it's like, I'm curious of the genuineness behind this video, because Nick Fuentes has to be smart enough to know that all black folks don't act that way.
Facts.
Right? That's just the narrative. That's the image the media wants to depict black people as to perpetuate this divisiveness.
I don't think that Nick is saying all black people whatsoever. But one thing that he just said is that the media is perpetuating this narrative that black people are, you know, just this fucking degenerate sect of society that is unredeemable or whatever. And that's not the case, in my opinion. In my opinion, I don't think that's the case. I think that black people are doing it themselves and not even realizing it. Whenever somebody pulls out their fucking phone, whenever something is going down, and they record it because they want to throw it up on TikTok or Instagram or fucking Twitter, what does that tell you?
Content is king,
you know
baby.
What I'm saying? They're doing it themselves. They're literally filming their own interactions with one another. I don't think that it's the media, and you know, and I'm throwing up air quotes here. You can't see. But like the media, and it's like, what media group is doing this? I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot of media groups that are actually covering what's happening. Like the thing that happened in Ohio, that was plastered all over the place. But you know,
yeah, it's not everybody. I think this guy's a little overreaction. Cause I'm like, it's not everybody. But he's like, it's a whole race thing. And I'm like, no. It's just like a situation that happened. And this guy's getting into his feelings about it. Okay, the Mortal Kombat Annihilation is a perfect movie with zero flaws. What are you talking about? This is the worst movie ever. I gotta see this.
Mortal Kombat Annihilation is the Johnny Cage mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world 94 minutes of absolute cinematic perfection.
Yeah, now that's what I'm talking about.
It starts off with old man hugs and stupid kids being happy. But the movie knows nobody's here for that shit. So within 15 seconds, they all get fucking exploded. And also ninjas. Then holy shit, we get a fireball flipping Skeletor. Along with Christopher Lambert,
Shao Kahn,
who finally nailed that American accent.
What closes can also open again.
Fuck yeah, it can.
The Earth was created in 6 days.
Okay, Brian, we know you're big on your faith and all, but we really need you to stick to the script.
On the 7th day.
Fuck you. Nobody watches a Mortal Kombat movie to get preached at. Or shit, maybe they do. Cause I can't think of any actual reason.
What is that supposed to mean?
You know exactly what it means.
Mother, you're alive.
Thanks, she didn't know that.
Too bad. You will die.
Marine Ponderosa's right, and the cold reality that death comes for us all is a lot to take in. While the women are doing their thing, the men are doing theirs by throwing lens flare CGI kicks and octagram blasting motherfuckers through brick walls. Anyways, he decides he wants to play Gandalf now.
How is that possible?
Well, it's very simple. You see it turn magic push. Any other stupid questions? So they all three ask about that f***ing fan, and he is not amused.
Enough!
So now they're American Gladiator balling around the Earth's core. While the Night Slasher does what every man throughout history has done their entire lives.
Earth is under attack, and it is glorious!
Disappoint their father.
Did you make Raiden beg for his life before destroying him?
Motherfucker! No, Dad, he's an immortal god that can't fucking die.
I have no use for excuses.
Well, then I guess I failed again. Fucking dick. Now they're done Marvel madnessing across the universe when he throws this gut punch.
I have lost everything.
We get it. 97 was hard on all of us. Your bro was a fucking legend. But oh shit, a Predator fucked a Ninja Turtle again. This is bad. So they come up with a plan where he'll take the genetically engineered abomination while she throws terrible kicks that have zero chance of landing. And fucking nails it, which wins her over some massive fans. Meanwhile, he's not doing so well, cause this guy's got chest rockets. And also some Power Rangers shit, but mostly those fucking rockets. So they accept they're gonna die now. When playing Zero, Peter pans his way in there. And oh shit, he doesn't have a neck now, but does have the red ring of death. Thank God for Microsoft's incompetence. So he does the normal thing when someone saves your life.
I killed you in a tournament. You killed my older brother.
Fine, he killed your brother, but you just made things awkward, so now you're even. Then a rival ninja shows up, wearing yellow, which is the ideal ninja color.
Get over here!
Telling someone to come here while throwing shit at them are some really mixed signals. Plus the severe cataracts you don't typically see on ninjas, and they have never been more confused. So while the guy who saved them is fighting for his life, they do the very helpful thing of standing around watching. As soon as things are safe, he's suddenly a lot braver. And just in the nick of time, cause the guy who can fly can't even do a sit-up. That was a close one. But now he's back and he wants the girl, which they're both okay with, but then says this hurtful shit.
Suckers!
What an asshole. Now back with them.
Is it like this everywhere?
Just Los Angeles,
Oh my God,
but this
bro.
does look pretty.
Dude. Alright. I made it to midnight. I did it. Another good stream. I will definitely get what do you call it? I'll definitely get I ordered the video card as soon as I saw that Marvel Rivals wasn't working on the PS5 with my OBS Studios properly. So I ordered the video card. It should be coming in, by Wednesday. I'll be able to get that game going on and play some Marvel Rivals. I'm pretty sure I played a little bit of it. I wish I had the mouse and keyboard, obviously, but I'm good enough with first-person shooters. I think I am with PlayStation. It's been a while. But once I get used to the controllers, bro, it's on. So once I get used to that, like the panning and everything with the sticks and all that stuff, it's gonna be on. Like I just need some time to adjust because I just haven't played with PlayStation in like years. But knowing how good I am with video games naturally, I've been playing video games for a long time. I'm pretty sure once I get like a week in or so, I'll be fine. So I just downloaded the games. I should be on there. I'm gonna get the video card on Wednesday. I'll hook it up. Hopefully everything goes well, and we just get to streaming on the PlayStation. But yeah, it was fun talking about the most horrible movie in the world today, which is the War of the Worlds with Ice Cube. So you guys get some good sleep, get some good hydration going, and get some good workouts in the next day. And I'll see you tomorrow, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, of course. All right. I love you guys. Some of you I don't. And that's okay. Not everybody needs to be loved.